Good evening and welcome. So, another day, another Factorio session. I think that I still have a lot of things to do and still have a lot of interesting stories to tell. But I also feel that maybe we should start looking a little bit further ahead on what to do after Factorio is done. I'm really looking with an enamored look at Souls games. Either replaying Elden Ring, replaying Shadow of the Erdtree, or even Dark Souls 3. Crazy, right? Crazy. In 2024. It's just, I love that kind of experience. Just very chill, very, yeah. Sorry. Was the review from today inspired by JFS? Feels like it? No. It was inspired by our stream yesterday, or the day before yesterday. So, Jeff was not around, and neither was Josh Washington. So I'm just thinking of just doing something that is so obviously low key, and I don't know if it's. To be honest, it might actually be more. I feel like Dark Souls 3, just because it is so off meta. But you know, just I don't know. I still feel we have other stories to tell. So I don't know. I have no idea. I think that I'd want to play a game that isn't another Factory game. I'd like to take a break from Factory games before Dyson Sphere comes out with the Dark Fog 2. And I don't know when that is. So that could be January 20th, where sort of anniversary for when the game original came out, or it could be like March or May or something, and I don't know. So that's a little bit problematic that we have no indication. And the previous time they gave 5 days of warning, so they'll probably only give 5 days of warning as well. So we don't know, and that means we just start a new project, then it might be in vain. but I don't feel like jumping in to play, I don't know, Timberborn, for example, because it's not exactly like it, but it has like the same sort of feel of this overview, managing a lot of things, managing resources and building stuff. And I just kind of want to do something else, because otherwise it's going to compare too much to Factorio, and I don't think that's a fair comparison for anyone. I think that's my... So if I play some Souls game or something like that, or maybe even play some Dune Spice Wars, which is also just a game that I love, or some Darkest Dungeon or something. Have I played Dark Souls 1? No, I'm not. I haven't, and I'm not gonna. It looks crap. I can't play games like that. So it just looks too bad. Mobile games, not even gonna happen. Don't know why you are trolling today, so maybe back off on the trolling. So yeah. No, I want to play... I'm playing games that I find fun and interesting, and try to be as little determined by what is popular as possible. Stationeers, it very much falls in the category of it's a Factorio game, but not a Factorio game. No interest. Stationeers is... No, not even no interest. Stationeers is an utterly shit game. I fucking hate that game. Oh my god. That is so bad. Like, I'm making it very, very clear that this is one of the worst games I've played. Ghost of something something? Ghost of Tsushima? Yeah. That's what you really feel. Yeah, I was holding a little bit back. So, Ghost of Tsushima, I don't know. I don't really feel like it. There's not really... It doesn't... It's a great experience. So you experience it once and go, oh, that was fun. But I don't think it warrants a replay. It doesn't have that Souls game appeal to it. I don't know why, but I just don't think it does. I think it was a beautiful game, and it was really awesome. And yeah, maybe if there's a sequel, maybe there was a DLC or something, but I don't know. Doesn't say anything. Is Souls game a given? Souls-like, definitely not a Souls-like Souls game or Sekiro. But I have played Sekiro recently. But it's not a Souls-like. I don't play Souls-like. I have no interest in Souls-like. I have interest in Souls games. And there's a very big difference. And maybe Lies of P is an excellent Souls-like, but I have zero interest in it. There's nothing about it, or Hollow Knight, no interest. Not at all. Not one teeny tiny bit. It is the creations of Miyazaki. Yeah, it's FromSoft, yes. It's a FromSoft game, but not Armored Core. That's and not something as well. Demon's Souls, the remake, was actually really good. So, I'm also looking forward to... Yeah, Hollow Knight is so much more than just a Soul. I know, but it's also saying as Souls-like. And just nothing about it has any appeal to me. Can't watch the stream live, but one hint for later. The new science needs the belts for agriculture at specific precision. Huh? The belts for agriculture... I know, and I did, so... But thank you. Yeah, I did. Otherwise, they don't work. I did it wrong, of course, a couple of times, but then I got it right. Yeah, so it is this sort of deep, immersive experience of a Souls world where you can sort of ruminate over the lore of this particular thing while dying to stupid things, or sometimes feeling really awesome because you didn't die at that one time. And I think that's a great fun experience. And I don't know if it's going to be an Elden Ring thing, or it's going to be Shadow of the Erdtree, or what it's going to be like. So I don't know. Could also be interesting to do a speed run of Elden Ring. What I mean by that is don't kill everything anywhere all the time, which is kind of what I do. I'm kind of the sweeper when I play these games, where like no enemy is going to be left up, and I want to kill everything and look in every corner, and it's just not very sustainable on the third, fourth, fifth playthrough. then it should be more like, okay, I need to get these 4 items here, and then I need to kill these 5 bosses, and then we'll probably just kill all the main bosses. But we don't need to go into every single cave to get every single little trivial weapon that you're not going to use anyway. So it'll probably be a little bit, I could do some planning up front and go like, okay, I'm going to need these spells, I'm going to need these weapons, I'm going to need this armor, and then we're going to have this strategy, and then we'll go through it. Oh.
A new subscriber.
Out of my orbit. Thank you for this.
We are building an army.
Oh my god, sorry. You're killing me. It's out of my orbit. Thank you for the prime and also buffs from earlier. It's not a speedrun, it's optimization. Yes, I know. But just the idea of just trying to figure out what are the things we want. I think that's interesting. Fantastic world to explore or intricate factory to build. Something like that. Something like that. There's also a really high skill gap in Souls games that I really like for some reason. Marcus, thank you for the 49 months. Are you hyping already? No, don't think so. It's that one for some reason. Yeah, so so that's kind of what I'm thinking. It might be actually fun to do a little bit of preparation and finding like, oh, I want that one, and then I'll try with this weapon, and then try to work our way through. Thoughts on V Rising? I played it, but it got really monotonous. It has a Tobra. Thank you for the 300 bits. I thought V Rising was really fun for a while, and then it sort of struck me how repetitive it actually was. It has this issue that if you play it solo, it's really difficult. Because if you die, it's waiting another cycle, farming new blood, getting all that. So that means you get one try and you have to clear your way to the boss and do that before morning. And therefore it becomes super tedious that you basically get one try every 20 minutes, and then the next if you die 18 minutes is preparation for yet one more try. And that's just not fun. That's like old Molten Core WoW days. It's not fun. And then the other thing is, oh, then just play it with other people. If you play it with other people, you're just like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Oh, step out of this trap. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And you're just firing off your spells and just mashing buttons. It's like playing Rogue in World of Warcraft. Just mashing anything that's off cooldown, and then it just becomes disengaging as well. So it didn't manage to find that sweet spot in between where I could sort of feel that I had big skill expression, and if I failed, I could just try again. So, yeah. I'm not interested in those kind of games, in Hollow Knight or anything. So, thanks for the great content. I've been binging your DSP Let's Plays. Ooh, nice. Please don't shoot because me. Oh, I hope not. I think I'll survive. Matchers, thank you for the 56th gifts up. Funny. Hades, no, I don't have any interest. I don't have, like, my interests are very narrow. Sometimes I can go for a game just for some story elements. Like we played Stray, for example, or the Star Wars games. They just, yeah, those were fun. Those are the fun, and we play them for the story, and that's just it. Then aside from them, there's FromSoft games because they are fucking amazing, and then there's Factorio games. Like those are kind of it, and then there are very, very few exceptions. XCOM, Darkest Dungeon are kind of the same kind of game. They are the brutally punishing, randomized awfulness roguelike. Not roguelike, but yeah, they turned roguelike. But yeah, Horizon. Oh, I didn't like it. It I don't know. It felt super grindy. Oh, right. The reason why I didn't like Horizon was that I got completely disinterested in the story because there was too much. It was actually the same with one of those. What was it called? It was that Fallout clone-ish on the planets was it by Obsidian Games or something? I don't know. It was Tiny Planets, whatever, something. I don't know. was not the one with Tiny Planet. It was the other one, but they were called almost the same. Anyway, it is my problem. Hey, Error, thank you for the 200 bits. Oh yeah, Into the Wild or Outer Wild. Outer Worlds or... Yeah, I think it was Outer Worlds. Where it's like, there was just too much story. And it was too irrelevant. And that was the main point in... The main gripe I had with Horizon. Like, you go there and you get to go out there and get 3 mechanical gizmos from dinosaurs. Awesome. Cool. It's a starter quest. Go out, get some gizmos, come back. All right. Oh, dear adventurer, you brought us back these heirlooms.
Welcome home.
Yes, I did. Wow, you have saved the tribe. Now talk to the elder. Hello, thank you for going. Like, oh my god, it's 3 fucking gizmos. Get on with it. And you just like, you sit there and you spend 2 minutes just watching all the elders thank you for 3 gizmos, and you just disengage, and then you just becomes like, next, and then you go out for the next quest, and then it's go, more talking, next, and you realize, oh, I've lost interest in the world. It's now no longer about the world because they're wasting my time. It's like listening to politicians. They talk and talk and talk, and they don't say anything. So I lose the interest in the story, and therefore the main quest, I don't really lost interest. It couldn't get me back on that one. So that was and Starving, thank you for the 42 months. So, you know what time it's out? No idea. Just watched a little bit of it. Yeah, Outer Worlds is Obsidian, yes. It's Borderlands 2. So it was when the story becomes so big, I love a game with a good story, but it has to be, there has to be a level of mystique. It has to be something that is not told, or something you have to sort of decipher and sort of just work your way, and sort of the hints are pointing in a direction, but they don't sort of spell it all out. Darkest Dungeon does it wonderfully. And you get like little tidbits, and you get like a little quote here, and that's all you get. And then you piece together a story based on those lore tidbits. And Elden Ring or any of the FromSoft games do it exceptionally well. So much so that you kind of have to watch lore channels just to get any kind of idea what the hell is going on. But the other end of the spectrum, where it's just, here's a new game. We have 40,000 lines of voice acted lines. And we're like, oh, that sounds awful. Like 40,000 lines that I have to listen to. That seems, I don't want to do that. I could read a book if I wanted that. So, yeah, Outer Worlds. So, yeah, it was, the Lysope might fit you, but in the end, it is your decision. Yeah, I mean, it might. Oh yeah, puzzle games, action puzzle games. Then I don't know, action puzzle games, no, but I do like puzzle games, like The Island and Talos Principle, Portal. Love those. Really had fun. New Indiana Jones game. I don't think that's that's kind of a thing. The Room. And then there's also the one that was just a psychedelic nightmare. Oh my god, I got so angry with that. Was that The Room? I don't know. Have you played Talos Principle? Yes, we do. We did complete it just when it came out. Like, played it for 2 weeks and just knocked it out. Hey, Mimi Tim, thank you for the resubscription. 2 months. Oh snap, indeed. Because they're mutually exclusive. Wow, so it's only 20,000. Get some self-hatred going and play League of Legends. I played Teamfight Tactics. I love Teamfight Tactics as a game, but it's just not for me, that kind of game. It turned me into the worst version of myself. So I got frustrated. I didn't have time to chat. I was super focused, and then I was just I fell in this trap where as you're where if you lose, you blame you're unlucky, or the opponents are lucky, and when you win, it's like pure skill. And I could see it happening, but it still happened anyway. Antichamber was the worst game. Oh my god, that is probably the worst game I played, if you can even call it a game. I don't think I would call it a game. I think it would just be like some art project gone wrong that was supposed to annoy people, and then that succeeded. Then it went correct. Have you played Talos Principle 2? Yes. Also, last time someone asked 1 minute ago if I played Talos Principle 2, then yes, I still have played it. Yes. I played it just when it came out. One of the most amazing puzzle games ever. Fuck. It's so awful. Oh my god, it's so... I got so angry with it. It was wasting my time. It was wasting my time, and it was just doing it deliberately. Like, god, it was awful. I don't know. I mean, I think you might have were looking at it in rose-colored glasses, because that shit is a mess. Whew. Yeah, I did not get the point of it. That's why I got. Yeah, I feel that it's the same way as people who say they like Kleber. They're like, oh, people hate this thing for obvious reasons. Let me be contrarian and say I like it. Sure, sure, sure. The Witness. The Witness? The Witness. The Witness? Don't remember. It seems familiar, but I'm like thinking like, oh, that's the island I'm thinking about. The Witness? Or The Witness is the island, right? Yeah, The Witness. I love Clever. There we go. There's the contrarian. Inscription, no. Oh, that I think Inscription was a. It didn't. I can't play games that look like that. But I watched a summary of the essence of it, and I thought that's brilliant. That's brilliant take on a game. Super fantastic. So I think that the Inscription was a really well crafted experience. It just didn't offer much in terms of sort of making it a game. So, yeah. But I wish there was more stone. Yeah, just kill Stompers. You get free stone for Stompers. Dempsey Days weird. There is a chocolate factory simulator. There's also a Cats on Mars simulator. Like, there's... Yeah.
Illustrious champion returns.
I thought The Witness was a really well done. Server Reese, thank you for your 36 months, 3 years. Superliminal, mentioned earlier, but it's pretty mind-bending. I can't remember which one that was. It seems familiar, but I don't know if... Continues non-Euclidean geometry. Okay. So. With a camera that you use to capture the world. Can't remember the name. Yeah. I mean, I think that for me, I'd play an interesting new puzzle game if it comes out. But I don't want to sort of revisit old things. There was also another one, like, was it Myst or something, that people were ranting and raving about, and it was just really bad. It's just a really bad old game. So, yeah. But anyway, I'd also really like to play more newer games. I think we've sort of been revisiting older games as much as we need. Button loading into trains. Do you think 1 million science is possible without button loading into trains?
Come, steal your
Not really.
We are building an army.
Baba is you? No, yeah. I know it. Again, great project, not interesting game for me. Pension, thank you for the prime. Like, any game that looks like shit, you can just throw it out. I don't want to play those. I remember my age. I played games back when this was as good as they get. When you were looking at 3 pixels in Police Quest 3, and you were going like, there's an orange pixel, there's a green pixel, and there's a blue pixel. Pick up, look, desk. What is it? It was like, take journal, yes, it was a journal. Yeah, those 3 pixels were a journal. Like, I played that back then. And then I've moved on. The thing is, like, Valheim has really pixelated graphics, but it looks really, really beautiful. And I don't get it, because it shouldn't. But most pixelated stuff looks crap. Balatro, yes, I've heard about it. That it's good. DLC for the Talos Principle 2? No, I don't think so. Don't Keep Up had no interest. Again, it looks like shit. I'm not playing it. Like, don't ask me games that look like a graduation project. I'm not interested in pixel art. I'm not, like, I would never play a pixel art game. That's it. So if you see anything that's a pixel art, never ever. Voxel games are really hard to sell me on. I did play a little Foundry, did play a little Tectonica, and it was only my love of factory games and the fact that I was starving at the time that made me sort of endure that. But honestly, I don't think it's a good idea. I think it's a good idea from I need to make a game with a minimum amount of effort. Then yes, but I don't think it looks good. Stardew Valley, no. It's the same thing with this. What was it called? Oh, it came out last spring. So, any of the Ori games? No, I don't know what that is. So, Terraria, exactly. Yeah, Subnautica. I did not like that game. I felt it was. I tried it a few times. First time it was unfair. I tried it on the 1st of January where I was a little bit hungover, and then I tried another game, and I just didn't like it. I didn't like the idea of just like, oh, 5 minutes without food, you're dead. 5 minutes? What the fuck? Like, oh, you haven't been drinking for 7 minutes, you're dead. Like, fuck. What is this? And it just felt stupid to me. Like, okay, all my time was to spend on just, if I didn't eat for 15 minutes, I died. Like, what? It just completely detached me from anything else. That it was such a dominant part of the early game that you were just like, oh, you did this, you're dead. You didn't do that, oh, you're dead. Got poisoned, you're dead. So, Cosmochair, I played that a ton. I loved it. Grounded, I think I played it a little bit. Survival games aren't for you. I don't know. I think I think Valheim actually did it in a good way. Like, you're not dead if you don't eat, but you really want to eat, right? So, eating simulator, yeah. Fulgora, you blink, everything is spoiled. Well, probably not Fulgora. Yeah. I went, all my friends loved Outer Wilds and I hated it. Yeah. And I think that it's, I don't know, there has to be some kind of skill expression and it has to look good. And Factorio is the absolute lower limit to what I can endure watching. For me. So that's kind of Kerbal. There's also a part where, like, if I didn't join it when it came out, then it's not gonna be interesting to come back to it 5 years later. Like, Kerbal is the best example of that, where there are the people who've been into it and understand it and know everything about orbital dynamics. Cool. And then I go in and they'll be like, come on, get it, retrograde, And I'm like, I don't even know what that means. I don't know. Like, put fins on it, send it off. And then the people who did not find it interesting will not find it interesting watching a 5-6-year-old game by someone who doesn't understand anything. Like, so, like, who is the audience for me playing Kerbal? Like, no one. Literally no one. If you love it, you're gonna watch someone who actually knows it. If you don't love it, why the fuck would you care about me playing it? It's 5-6 years old. So, you know, being a newbie in a game that has such a lively community and it's just not making any sense. So that's kind of it. Anyway, I think we've talked out about it. I'm very much interested in keeping up with upcoming and brand new games. Those are the ones I'm most looking for. If there's a game that's 3, 4, 5 years old and I haven't played it, there's probably a reason why I'm not playing it. So I'm also not really looking for suggestions right now. I do have some ideas. But of course, if there's something new, yes, not something old. Don't care about that. Black Myth Wukong? No, I didn't. It was woke. No, that was not it. It was, I was busy. And I just could feel that it looked great, but it didn't have that vibe that I don't know, there was just, it looked amazing. And then it came out and I went like, don't care. I'm busy with other stuff. So. Anyway, if you have a question about, hey, have you played this? You can you can search it on my YouTube channel and see if I played it or not. And if I haven't, then I'm not gonna. Crusader Kings 3. Yeah, this is also a game that you should have been there from the beginning. So, that is the YouTube episode that I've been polishing off for after today's episode. So, we're going to go in here. Civ 7 is going to release soon. Yes, the simulator of tapping through all your cities to build a marketplace, a bank, a library, a university. What is this one? Colosseum. Okay, yeah, okay. Then next building. They got a marketplace. Okay, build a bank. Next one. Colosseum. Okay, next one. There, I summarized civilization for you. So. Okay, let's see. We have honestly, the funny thing is the YouTube episode is now ahead of the Twitch episode because it's working. It's one more turn, but the actual turns are just flipping through your 20 cities, just making them ever so slightly better. And that's just kind of very meh experience for me. When you sort of, when it boils down to, oh yeah, that's actually what it's all about. Yeah. Okay, so they will eventually get here, I guess. What am I missing? 13. Well, this is exactly the same as we built on YouTube, so that should be familiar to anyone Boop. Who's watched today's episode. It's beautiful. It's scandalous. It's obscene, but it's beautiful. Planet Crafter? Yeah, I fucking hated it. It was... Chop, chop, chop. Pick up a stone. Chop, chop, chop. Pick up one more stone. Chop, chop, chop. Ooh, pick up a slightly different stone. Okay, go back. Craft one thing. Ah, fuck. Got there. Half an hour. Chop, chop, chop. Chop, chop, chop. Come back. Bling! You crafted one gear. Like, ah, God again. Like, no fucking way I'm gonna waste my time on this shit. Got 80 hours in it. Wow, so you must have built like 4 or 5 things? I felt it was such a tedious and slow game, and it didn't look good. Spicy called fantastic. What did I call fantastic? I think there's also a big difference between if I play a game when it's like early alpha, pre-Steam, all that stuff, then I can kind of squint and not see all the mistakes and errors, and I can kind of look at it at the potential. Then 2 years later, it releases in Steam and early access, and it's the same flaming dog shit. Then I'm like, okay, well, sorry. Then I'm not going to be so forgiving anymore. And that's Astro Colony I'm talking about. I'm just not... That's just not okay. Like, some glaring basic issues that were breaking or like, you've had a year and a half and they're still game breaking and you encounter it within the first hour of gameplay. Like, no way. No way. That's just insulting to take money, charge money for that. And yes, I'm harsh. Sorry, it's a business. Else other than science with a cargo train... I mean, this is a robot. This is the supply chest, so they can just grab it with... All the robots can grab it, so I have plenty of robots here around here, so... This is just the stuff that I want on belts. Right. So what are we going to do today? Well, we are simply going to upgrade all our science to either 240 science per second or 240 legendary science per second. And I have a strong preference for the latter. I'll tell you the spoiling of science. Okay, so the spoiling of science is here. It's grabbing. Yes. We can also do that one instead, so just so it gets rid of it. And then we go here. That one goes, it goes into this belt, which is in here. So this one will have on the right side here, it'll have one of each. You can see it has 20 normal and 20 space and 20 agricultural. When the 20 agricultural sit here for too long and turn into spoiled, then they get picked up, put in the belt, and flushed out there. Similarly, if it sits in here and gets spoiled, then it just gets put out and out here. So I think I'm handling it. So this looks good. Ooh, it's raining men-ish. That split off filter is for normal spoilage and not any quality spoilage. Oh, that's true. That's a good point. These should be quality spoilage. Quality spoilage. What a concept. Surströmning. That's quality spoilage. Why? Turbo belt is the other way around. How is the turbo belt the other way around? Okay, I'm not going to take this one then. That makes no sense. And also this one. Can I do that? No. No. Crap. Hmm. There. So that should take care of that. And then I'll do the same thing down here. This is a legendary, and it's waiting for another legendary, which isn't going to come in, so that's fine. And here, that, and that, and... Good. Oh, underground the other way. Just using shift to force build, but not super force build. Does it work? Yes, they got that impaired. Yes. Oh my god, what the hell happened? Ah, my contact lens was trying to get away from me. I managed to lure it back in. Why are we not getting any of this part? Why? You're just requesting one. And it should be coming in from this one, right? But you are where? Okay. So you get there, and then you go all the way through. Okay, so it is coming. Maybe. It should be. It's a very modest amount I'm putting in here. There, and... There you go. So we'll go to Navis and drop it off there. Sweet. I do think that I want to get a little bit more of this. That legendary. We'll just get maybe 2 of those. There. Okay. So what science would we like to make? I think that priority-wise, we have the metallurgic, we have the electromagnetic, we have the cryogenic. We don't have this one though. Barthik is coming back. But legendary here might be a really cool and interesting challenge. So you're not planning Civ 7's launch series stream? I don't know when it comes out, and I don't know. Maybe I'll play it a little bit. I just I'd go for the hardest to legendarize, and I don't know, I wouldn't, because that seems like just the last part. Yeah, legendary Prometheum science is going to be awful. It's almost impossible, or it's extremely tedious. So yeah. But here, it could be the purple science, because we got red, blue, and green at 240 from the ships here. So maybe we should make the purple one legendary at 40 per second. Legendary. I like that, right? It's gonna be an interesting challenge. I'm not gonna build it in space because it kind of is not possible to build in space. So, oh, there you go. We got Bartek coming back. And let's just check that everything is good. Yes, it's good. Coming in. Wow. The biter invasion. And off we go. Nice. Oh yeah, and for anyone who's saying, oh, you could optimize it by doing X. The problem with that is that I would need to spend 2 hours of monitoring all the different edge cases of what if it doesn't come back, or what if it comes back with too much, what if it doesn't have enough quantum process, what if it goes like, how far will it go out, how far will it go out in the first run, second run, and then I just don't bother with that shit, because it's too much effort to spend 2 hours on doing something that gets it to be 20% more effective, and might as well just build another one, for example. Need to get some legendary biter eggs. Would it make more sense to try and upcycle overgrowth soil? Nope, it will not. Definitely not overgrowth soil, because overgrowth soil can only be made on Gleba. So you have to make it on Gleba, or you have to get the atrocious rocket capacity of 14. So you want to launch them up into space from Gleba at 14 per rocket, ship them over to Navis. No, it's really... Upcycling legendary biter eggs is actually something I talked with Samagod about, and it's also a problem that I have now, because I have not enough productivity modules, and I just don't get enough. If we look at here, biter eggs, I'm getting a measly 1.2 per minute, which is nothing, which gives me 1.8 productivity modules per second, per minute. That's just not enough when I want to scale things up. So that might actually be something I should do. Could you make productivity modules on Gleba? Yes, you could. Absolutely. No, yes. Yeah, you can. You can do that. So. Actually, I learned this is not actually a croissant. This is a cornetto. Italian. And not a French one. Because the French ones, they curve. Do you have a basic upcycle for the biolabs? Yes, very, very basic. This one. Where it just... If it's anything less than epic, then throw it away. If it's epic, then throw it away. If it's... actually, don't throw it away. Because you still need it. Here. So, this just keeps going. And it sucks. But what can you do? Any reason you're keeping the bus around? Yes. Because otherwise, there would be some random thing that broke. And I can't really cope with whatever that is. And I don't want to bother with the 2 hours of cleanup. So it's just there. Also, like this one I'm actually using, so I'd have to rebuild that, and there's probably other things that I'm using. So, yeah. Right. So what do we? What's is it? Either upcycling of productivity modules in order to get legendary. Issue with getting eggs to Gleba then is additional rocket passing. No, not really. I mean, you can get them to Gleba as well. You just have to make sure that you don't sort of, yeah, you manage them. Let's see. So let's toy with some ideas here. So the objective is for us to actually make it is really so close to what I'm already doing. Oh, yeah, except it's not, because this is not legendary. This needs to be much bigger. We'll never make any of the normal ones here. Never make any of these. There. Good. So we now have Come on. Be serious. I honestly think that the way to upcycle is just make more of these. Why? Oh, there was a 2 space. This should be working. They're going to be working up to 200. Anything that goes above 200 will be destroyed. And then the stuff that gets destroyed will just be brought back in into these few ones that go higher up. I guess. I want to express my gratitude and support for the work that you're doing. I got acquainted with your videos at the moment when the combat add-on for Dyson Sphere was released. I love this game. I've been playing it for over 400 hours, but it was very interesting for me to see how you cope with the same problems with factory design you use, how effectively everything works. It's amazing. Just a master. Thank you. Much appreciated. I like your style of play, the way you express yourself, and comments on events. That's why I watch your YouTube videos with pleasure. I kind of feel that this is I'm reading this aloud, and then it turns into something awful, and then I'll go like, ah, fuck, I read it out loud. So I'm going to be careful. This could be a trap. It's a copy pasta, yes. For new games, I definitely want to try the Captain Industry, Foundry, and a phantom of them. Thank you. Much appreciated. Shaker Games and Music. Rare recycle. Oh, we have rare recyclers. Wow, that's archaic. Just hopping and popping. The question is then if it can't keep up. Now, we're going to see a lot of these things here that will not be keeping up. Beacon it? Well, if I do, then I lose the productivity, the quality, and this is about the quality. So I'd much rather just make 2 of them, and then if I need it, then I'll just do this. Then it just doubles it. Comment on YouTube, so I decided to repeat. Thank you. Oh, thanks. But Tesla stores on top. Oh yeah, that's true. These are now chartable. There you go. So, does this work? Does it help? I mean, the other ones were idle 99% of the time. They're going to be slightly less idle, I guess. And this one will Fighter X, but it's still going to be constrained by all the other ones, so we'll do that. Here's another thing that is actually really important. We are going to be having some forbidden cornetos here. Because if they are going to be stored some random place because I deconstruct them, then I want them to be stored here. Right, so when these eject, then I want them to eject here because then they're still going to be in range of this area, right? Then they get nuked when they spawn. But I don't want them to be brought up to, I don't know, here, for example. So if we go fighter. Just making sure that there's none of them that are up here. Good. Oh, good. Right, I think this is honestly just the upcycling of this. Why did this one break? That's weird. How did this break? I upcycled it and then it broke. Must be some kind of connection that broke. Weird. Read ingredients. Ingredients go in here, and they put output signal there. This one is taking the rocket capacity of it. That means we get that. And then the lowest one is that one. Output signal goes into... Oh! On the green wire goes into this one. Set recipe. Why does it not set recipe? Ah, because there was something in it. Oh, okay. So that one got stuck when it was setting the recipe. Okay, weird. Didn't know that would happen. So it can't set recipe when there's something in it. Oh, that makes sense. Ah! Trash unrequested. Get rid of this crap. And do we really want this? No, not really. Nope. Actually, not even not really. Just no. We just want this part. Yeah. Ah, okay. Well, they're spinning a little bit, and that's nice. That's what we wanted to see. We wanted to see them spin a little bit, and this is good. Okay, good. Done. What is your current plan thinking about which science to be made where? As much as possible on Volcanus, because that was free to do. We have different reasons. Yeah, it's a good point, because it's actually a little bit complicated. If I was really optimizing it, I would make anything that can be made on Novice, I would make it on Novice, because then I don't have to go through the landing pad capacity. However, I don't want to do that. Then the second priority is Volcanus is the best place to create anything that can be made anywhere, should be made on Volcanus, because it's the best place for exactly the reason. However, the other consideration is I love building spaceships, so if I could build something on a spaceship, I probably would. But anything that requires stone, so that's military science and purple science, cannot be made on a spaceship. Well, it can, but then you have to import the stone, and that's in huge quantities. So in that case, we're back to Volcanus, which is where we go. Okay, so why not just stamp down 1 million of these? Because I don't really adhere to the stamp down 1 million of something. That's an old build, that's a new build, right? But I do see that there's a point to, oh yeah, could I just stamp down a few more of these? Yeah, I could. But I don't know. It would sort of go out here, and I don't know. It's also like one of these is producing like 0.3 per minute, so it's going to be a lot of those. Hello, Mark. Good evening. Right, but what we're going to do is we are now going to... Oh, it's actually no longer here. It's up. Yeah. So we do that. And over to a spaceship. Huh? Summergod is all the way down there. Find it weird that there is no stone coming from asteroids. I know, it's so weird and so incorrect. It makes no sense. Like, it's literally floating space rocks. But no, not space rocks. Or space rocks, not space stone. So. Whether it's a balance issue or it's an omission, I don't know. Either way, it feels really bad that you can't make all the science on a spaceship. That feels really, really annoying. Like, it's... Because that would be a fun challenge, just like make a giant spaceship that does everything. Awesome. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, but you're going to import 1,000 stone per second. Oh, well, then that stops being a fun idea. I really don't understand the Factorio expansion. Yes. Okay, so while we're flying there for the next 2 seconds, I'm going to be ranting a little bit about this. It's something we talked about in our moderator chat. And I'm going to be... Basically, the conclusion is, I feel like I love the expansion. It is amazing. But it feels too heavy-handed. And that's really the core of the problem. It feels like anytime you deviate from the intended path, there are some arbitrary obstacles in the way that just don't make any sense, and they're just annoying to deal with. And it's like, why are we doing this? Why is there a separate rocket capacity for things that is so obviously just to nerf things so that the way Kovarex wanted us to play the game is the only way you can play the game. Because when I played at the LAN party, everyone was like, "Oh, shooting asteroids. Let's import some green ammo for the spaceships. Done. We don't need to make a factory online on a spaceship. We can just go." And he was like, "No, you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to build ammo in space." And people were like, it's better to do it that way." But I'm nerfed again. So now it's even worse to import things, import ammo. And that means like the rocket capacity is no longer sort of a measure of, ooh, are they a heavy item? It's just that, does it adhere to the way that Kovarex wants us to play the expansion or not? If not, then it gets nerfed. If it is, then yes. And it's just, it feels so heavy-handed. It reminds me of one of my ex-friends when we played Dungeons and Dragons back in our dorm days in college. And he was like, he wanted us to not go in the direction. We were like, we want to go towards the evil fortress there. And he didn't want us to go there, so he just threw demons at us at night. Like, more serious demons came every night. And we were like, whew, this is getting tough, but we must be on the right track because they keep sending us demons. And I was like, no, that was him just being really heavy-handed with just like, I'm going to get sending more harder demons until you go away. I'm like, that's just not how it works. And the same thing here, like, if you're not supposed to do something, then it just encourages us to sort of abuse it. And that means a lot of things turn out to be like weird, like LGS shuffle. What the fuck is that? Like, that's optimal build. And it just kind of bothers me that something that's like, you have this narrow path that if you go on this one, then you play the game as it is intended, and then things are going to be smooth. But all the guardrails next to it means that anytime there's not a guardrail, we're just going to jump over there and go like, aha, we can use asteroids to upcycle to legendaries really easy. So enter builds like these. Woo! Oh, not like that. Oh, this one is so stuck. Then you just build stuff like this because, haha, they didn't put a good enough guardrail to block this kind of behavior. And then it's fun, but it's also just really metagaming. Hey, Waffles, thank you for the 12 months. He did co-investment on the game itself, yeah. Planetary Logistics is where I saw the man behind the curtain. Yes, Planetary Logistics is also one of my big pet peeves, and for the LAN party, I was really forcefully arguing that we really needed a way for the planet to communicate to spaceships so that it could say, hey, I need 2,000 circuits, and then a spaceship could get that request, and then it could go to somewhere with the circuits because it could read that from orbit, go there, pick up the circuits, and go there. Exactly like train works. Like, trains work like this. You have a request, so it becomes a pull-based network, which is way better. So whenever someone needs something, they're going to request it. Instead, we have to do a push-based network with milk runs, which is woefully inefficient, where you pick up something and you just go around to every planet and go, you want some circuits? You want some circuits? You want some circuits? Do you want some circuits now? No. Do you want some circuits? And it's just, it's awful. We gotten used to it, but it's awful. And it bothers me that when I argue this a month before release, they, and that's Vaslo, the architect, and Kovarex were like, no, that's fine. This is completely reasonable. This is what you should be done. It works totally fine. I'm like, it's just really inefficient. It's like, and like, because it's like, oh, it's not the way that they wanted us to play the game, and so they sort of put a road barrier and said, no, you don't get that flexibility because that's a wrong way to play. And maybe that's a bit harsh, but it feels very much like unlike Factorio, the base game where it's very open-ended, it feels very constrained that you have to do it in a certain way. You have to do spaceships in a certain way. Like, the whole idea of drag in space is also just like a balancing things of not making spaceships in the wrong shapes. So ships and planets can't communicate because latency issues, but you're right, it doesn't make any sense. The argument is that each planet or each layer, because space is a layer as well, is on a separate thread. So if you tie these together really intimately, then they can't be multi-threaded. They can't run in parallel because they have to check on each other 60 times per second, and then they're not detached from each other. Makes perfect sense. Awesome. Cool. Except, you know, there is something though. That one. Read orbital request. So clearly there is a communication anyway between orbit and the planet. They are communicating because you can read the requests from orbit down here, so you can see if a particular ship is actually in orbit. But you can't do it the other way around. The orbit can't really sort of send messages back and say, oh, I have this, or do you want this, or something like that. So there is a connection, and I would also be careful about just allowing circuits to go with radars towards any network. I think that would cause problems, but it could still be something like a special device that synchronizes every 1 second, or something to sort of detach it from this hard coupling of the different layers. So it's solvable, but it's not solvable if they don't see a need for it, and it feels like they don't see a need for it because you can just do the other thing. Yeah. So hello, sirs. Good evening. Yeah. Hello, Shujin. Good evening. 60 stream streak. That's amazing. Yeah. Platform logistics is the worst part of Space Age for me. Yes, I completely agree. Like, also there are some things that were sort of initially made as decisions, and I understand the decisions, like 1 landing pad per planet. I completely understand what would happen if you didn't have 1 landing pad per planet. But it still feels like gimmicky. Like, not being able to import-export out of the cargo base, I understand why they did it, but it's a purely game mechanic, which means you build like really weird shapes instead. And they're like, there are just, in my opinion, too many things that are a certain way because they have to prevent you from doing things freely because, oh, you would abuse this. And we probably would, no doubt. But I mean, this thing about train wagons have been in the game forever, and there are times when you want to use it, but most of the time you don't need it. So it's a niche thing. Cargo loaders for each component that exists in the game, like a sushi belt in space. So 1 landing pad, the only way to increase the limit is to use robots. Yes, it is, and that's awful. And I've seen Colonel Will's base, because Colonel Will built really big together with his workforce, and it's just like this thing is alone on the screen, and then there's just roboports everywhere, and they just, every time something lands, it goes, and then 100,000 robots, and you're like, it hurts my soul that you have to do that, but you have to do it. At the scale that he builds, you have to do it. I'm hard constrained with this will for 240 signs per second. That's it. That's all we can do. I can make it legendary, but that's it. So I think that it feels too heavy-handed. I think quality is a good example of the freedom, where it's like, I don't know, figure out how to do it, and we find good and cool and weird ways to upcycle things. Sometimes brute force and ignorance, and sometimes clever use of certain upcycling techniques. That's cool. Mod for more cargo pads exist. Of course, anything can be modded, but then it's not no longer the same game, is it? Then it's a modded game, and then that is completely irrelevant to the millions of players who play the game as it was intended. I think mods should not fix things; they should enrich. Also, do robots for science. It takes 10k robots to unload trains and landing pads. Oh yeah, trains are also. Ugh. There's a limit to cargo pods. Just haven't gotten the scale yet. Yeah. Can you make your labs on a spaceship? Nope. Labs have to be a novice. Cool. All right, so let's have a look. We're gonna be. Let's build somewhere. Boop. Suspension feels like a smaller game. I know what you mean. I wouldn't agree, but I know what you mean. And I agree with what you mean. Like, it's really hard to use trains because distances are so small because things are so fast, so easily. So from that perspective, I think that's, I guess that's what you mean by the smaller game. Let's do this one. And I need 40. What's the guy that builds mega bases? Colonel Will. It's definitely not Dodge Washington. Definitely not. I feel that's an insult to think. People think that Dodge Washington came up with this. Fucking hell. Before any of you heard about Dodge Washington, I did this shit. So annoying. And no, Dodge Washington does not build mega bases. Makes funny gimmicks, gimmick videos, and then that's it. Also, I think there is a video, right? An overhaul, yeah, overhaul. But I think Colonel Will is making like really, really awesome mega bases and really understands that. Like Colonel Will is someone who can just see the problem and just go like, oh, it has to be robots into trains, otherwise it doesn't scale. Okay, and then starts building a massive scale. And you're like, yeah, awesome. Oh yeah, it does a video of mega base. Yes, true. This is so awful. Maybe we can do the original build and just do it legendary. Let's do this one. And we legendarize it. And we legendarize this one. Legendary train tracks. Legendary iron sticks. I bet one of you is already typing. I bet you're typing. Come on. Someone type. Someone say it. Oh, I'm disappointed. I am disappointed. Foundries, yes. Yeah, make the sticks and foundries. Yay! You can't make legendary sticks and... You can't make legendary iron sticks and foundry. Exactly, Rumblebot. Exactly. Yes, thank you. Productivity on sticks. That's fair enough. That I will definitely concede. But I can't make it. Why can I not make it? Because remember, we're getting it in as iron ore into iron plates. And if I go for the legendary... Here, I have to go this route. If I take the legendary iron ore and put it into a foundry, then it will stop becoming... It'll stop being legendary. And so therefore I can't make legendary iron sticks here because it's a liquid inbound. So that's why I have to build it here. Okay, so let's have a look at this number. Ooh, that's an awful number. 33? Well, hello there. That's our build. And everything is green. Yeah, everything is green. Huh. And now we need to figure out if it's actually supportable with the numbers. It might not be. All right, so let's have a look at this one. 50 per second. That's possible. 61. It's going to need a little bit more than that. You could use quality modules in a foundry making normal iron sticks and dump any non-legendaries in lava, but that's masochism personified. Yeah, that's not a good idea. It means that I would have to make 2,726 for every one I make legendary, so no. Yeah, stone is not really supportable here. It's quite clear that this does not work. And this would then be... Okay, so these are 150. And this means this has to output 100 in total. So 100 is exactly half, so I need 50 iron inbound. Hey children, thank you very much for the gift sub. Good to see you. It's been a while. Okay, so I need 50 plus 50 plus 50. 50 iron sticks times 2, that's 100 iron sticks. That's not a problem. That means this is 1/4 of it inbound, so that means it's just 40. So 40 iron here, and that means I need to get some other way. Here. And these have to be like that and that. And this could be stone and steel on this belt. That would be fine. Stone and steel, yes. Oh. Hold on, yeah, that's actually because the whole build is what I need. Huh. Yeah, and this is only 100, and this is only 100 of each. So that actually means that I could pick it up from a single belt. I thought it would actually use more capacity than that, so that's good. Maybe do this instead. Legendary. Yep. And this one, just gonna make filters and everything. A rate calculator is a mod, unfortunately, yes. You can just throw more copper in lava to make more legendary stone, yes. But I still need the legendary calcite for it, so it's not completely cheap or completely free. Okay, so that's one part of the build, and if I think I need to make sure that make a sign here of what I need inbound. So this would be 100. And 100 of that. And 40. Because we need to figure out if that's even sustainable. So 40 comes in here, becomes 160, which is too much. Oh yeah, it's actually way too much. This should be 50, so 100, so 1/4 of that. That's only 25. Okay, so that's nice. 25 here. Good. Right. But 100 steel is a problem, and that's not even... It's not even all of it. This part, though. This is a really nice number. This is not a nice number. How the hell is it not a nice number? It's 1 to 3, and then productivity is 100. It's 1 to 6. Then. Divided by 6, that's 1.67. Yeah, okay, so it is 1/6. Okay. So if I need 4 legendary of these. 6 point. Oh, I can't do comma. 667. And the same amount of these in legendary format. 667. It's a little bit. It's 6.67, right? Can you remember that? Nope. Okay, so let's start building that. This can only be made in an assembler. So let's see how fast this is. This is making... Oh, this is making 4 of those. Okay. So that's too much, actually. Not enough. I could also just put some of these in here. There you go. Do you rather the rig calculator better than the factory planner mod? I don't use any other ones because this is very simplistic, and I know that it has the shortcomings, but I don't want to be ending up spending too much time in something that seems more like an Excel sheet. So that's why I'm making do with this, because it does something that I want, and it gives you the, oh, how much are we actually making? Okay, is there a positive? Yes, there is. But I can't trust these numbers because they have to be scaled down. That a mod like Hellmod or maybe Factory Planner or whatever would probably do those calculations and even them out. I'm just going to have to accept that that's not just how things work around here. Just so we're clear. New 3.6, and I also need more of that, so 4.25. Ooh. Yes, it's actually exactly enough. Woohoo! So we just need one of each. Interesting. That is exactly enough. And again, 16 megawatt of power. I really would like to have the exact numbers for how much I need for each of these. This is almost correct, but not really. Since there's no productivity, I can just look at these numbers and multiply by 10. Okay, yes. So, and 5 and 10. Okay, so I'm going to get steel. If it was 6.67, then it's just 67 of that. The red circuit is times 5. So it is 33. And the last one is stone bricks, which is awful again. Legendary of those. There we go. And that's 67. That should be for this one. Seems like the right numbers. This is slightly... These calculated numbers are slightly lower than that. That's how it should be. And we're going to get on this one. It's going to be... It's just times 5, right? So it's going to be... Green. Legendary. 33. So now we can actually look at what is the total consumption of this. Yep. So 167 steel per legendary steel per second, 100 stone per second, and 67 stone bricks. 67 stone bricks is that 100? Getting 100 would give me 50 crafts times 1.5, that would be 75. Yeah, okay, so it's less than 100. Is this a challenge to make science out of legendary party, or is there some reason behind it? Is there a reason to have a party? I don't know. Don't feel like there needs to be a reason to have a party. Okay. Yeah. I think these two need to be alternated. What? Cut. Because that is the steel as well. Oh no! Now I need more steel than I have. It's 167 steel. which means I have to get the steel in on... This one's now too fast. Yeah. Something like this, right? And this one has to be affected by both in order to do that. So we need a red belt inbound. This is going to be red, I suppose. 22, 34, okay. It could be, it should be red and green on this one, right? This is red and green. I need steel up here as well. There. That one, that one, that one. No. And then this one will be the steel. You don't need anything else. You need steel on its own belt because it's 100 and a lot. $167 coming on this belt, which will then go up here and merge. Then that one will be that. That's going to be stone added on the other side of that. Let's just do it this way. Yeah. And then so now we know exactly what needs to go in to this. It's manageable, I think. This is just making me think about how hard 40 signs per second were pre-expansion. Yes, that's true. But this is also like legendary of everything. And we're actually doing legendary science, which is even more troublesome. But it is ambitious numbers. I can definitely see that. And I'm a little worried about some of these numbers. And by a little worried, I mean quite a lot. Can I do something like that? No, that would be too simple. Yeah. I think this is actually surprisingly simple design. Better. I don't think there's a lot of other things. So now we have to figure out what we're going to do, how we're going to do this. I think that it's best to build this as a dedicated location and then maybe sort of How do we build this dedicated location? Because we have these 3 trains, and I think those are the 3 trains. This is for plastic, which subsequently is for red circuits, but everything else comes from here and here. And the plastic also goes into the LDS shuffle. So do I have a dedicated LDS shuffle for this build? Honestly, I think that would be the smartest thing. To sort of just say the only thing we get in are those 3 items here. And based on those, figure it out. Instead of leeching something we've built before and then suddenly it either uses all of it or uses more of it, or I don't know. This way we can sort of go like, okay, well, this one's making 20, so we're going to make something that is big enough. And then think about how to expand it, because, yeah. Or do we? I don't know. We don't. Right now we take a short break, and a forgotten break here at 9, and then I'll be back in 2 minutes. See you in a bit. Right, we're back. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience. Time to prep my Aquilo soon. Kinda excited, hoping to land on a planet before the end of the weekend. Nice. And if you need inspiration, then I have both the first one and then the overhaul as well. Okay, so we just need some space for this. I didn't hear any objections to the idea of just doing this. Okay. To making a dedicated location for this. That does everything. Yeah. That probably doesn't delete the trains. Nope. Good. It worked. Okay, so this one is getting some trains inbound, some plastic trains and stuff. Gora. I'm gonna leave this open for exploitation later. Maybe that's not really necessary. I'm gonna take So now I have it in my copy buffer, so now don't copy a million things before you actually paste this. Right. So let's say this is going to be the location. Then we build everything below. You can cycle through the blueprint book with mouse wheel. And now I feel dumb. I was opening by hand. Oh, yes. I mean, you gotta know. Okay, and I also think we need to be a little bit more concrete in our designs. Ah, there we go. We're just gonna. I really am kind of regretting I didn't sort of, hey, let's pave the world. Now it kind of became like a little bit of a random crap thing, and I do think I have enough to pave most of the world at least. But let's at least get a little bit of light blue underpinning here. So now what we need to do is just walk through each of the steps and then build them. But I have to start with the most complex build, and that's going to be the red circuit. Because red circuits also gives rise to needing green circuits. Green circuits gives then some rise to needing more stone and copper. Iron and copper. And then we sort of compile it backwards, because I'm not going to build it bigger than I need. Not a lot bigger than I need, right? What? I don't want to see any greens on Gleba. Greens? What do you mean? Greens? Oh, right. Yes, you're right. Gleba is beautiful, right? It's just... It's a pure factory. And it's also the fact that it's like, the most natural, like, fuck off with your natural. Pave the world. Pave the cheerleader. There's a little bit of natural things out here. Oh my god, I still need to do that. Oh. Legendary concrete. We might. Okay. So let's start with 33. We have here 66. Ooh, 66 signs. Well, let's not reinvent the wheel, but actually go down here and see if the wheel hasn't been invented at least once before. There, this thing here. No. I wonder why I'd have two after each other. That just seems like a mistake that someone made at some point. 41. Hmm. $50. Yeah, okay. So that's not working. $71. That's okay. That's as close as we get. Is this better? Whoops. Or is this better? Back to back should prevent them from fighting each other. That makes sense. That's kind of also the argument for what I was trying to do here. There. That's going to be the same thing, right? $71. It could be higher, but it's not going to. 103. Not a problem. Not a problem. Okay. Actually, I could make do with one, but do I care? Not really. Is there a way to get the blueprints? Patreon. Yes. Stack inserters when they're bulk, are they're better? Yes, they're better. They transport faster. So if I only have in this case, actually that might not be the greatest idea, to be honest. And the quantities is 15 plus 15, so I'd much rather have this. Good question. Yeah, but output, yes, always stack. Here, when it's singular item inbound, yes, stack. And what are you doing? You are plastic? No. Huh. What is this? Oh, it's outbound that way. Yeah, okay, let's not do that. It goes the other way. That's our build. And then I unfortunately also have to figure out how much inbound I need for this, because that's the next part. So if I'm getting 67 outbound, productivity is 175. So I should say, okay, let's 67 divided by the productivity. That means I only need to craft 38 point something. And then for each craft, I need 2 or 4. So times 2. I mean, this is greens 77. I guess this should be a negative number, and I should be consistent about that. That's going to be the same. Minus 77, because it's consumption rate. And then minus 154, 53, 54, always round up. And then I need here, this is so if I need 154, then I divide by the productivity. That's 154 cables. And then I say that divided by 2. That means 44. 44 an hour for 150. That doesn't make any sense, because this is 65 and it's one copper cable becomes 2. One copper plate becomes 2 copper cable, and then multiplied by 275. Oh shit, it's wrong. Oh no, the whole thing is wrong. This is also wrong. So it was 67. Then we divide by the productivity, which is 2.75. That means I only need 24 times 2. Good. So this is 49. Good. And then 98 divided by productivity divided by 2. In order to make 98 of that. Oh yeah, I can't do that. What? I can? Funny how I can actually add the same thing as... Weird. Minus 18. Oh, it just disappeared again. Oh, that's interesting. Boop, that goes away. Right. So those are the numbers we need for this build. So we should keep that in mind that, oh yeah, whatever green circuits we now build, we have to add 49 on top of it. And it's up here we have 33. So 49 plus 33. 82. 82 green circuits. Good. All right, there's a little bit of a cumbersome build here. You. That green color is something. Okay, this is the build, I guess. Let's dry it. Good. That seems to be enough. Oh, and this is also not working because I can't do that and I can't do that. So, yay. Really? How did I? Oh, because I copied from here, of course. I should be copying from this one. Yes. That's still the 357, so... guess we take that out, and definitely also take that out. So here, 187, that's plenty. This is the iron, so the iron could be... 65. It's kind of a lot. But that could be coming in here. Actually, much nicer to get in on that side. Yep. There. That's iron coming in. And this is coming in here, but I think it might need 2. But then I could also just make it in here. That'd be just nicer in every way. Yep. Nope. I actually want this to be on the same side. That's easy. Change recipe to legendary. The legendary and legendary. Yes, never mind. Combine the wire reproduction with the reds. Nope, because then I will have to wire the belt the wires, and I don't want to do that. It's saving us one building, and those are not precious, so don't care. And Jedi, thank you for the 30 months. That's 3 metric years. I could also get it out here. Like that. I think that's a nicer build. Good. But now, I still need to figure out if I want to make 82 of these. I can't believe I'm still looking at this. So it's 1-to-1, and that means I am going to be doing 82 divided by 2.75. That means it's 29, that's 30. The reason why I spent so much time on this is because I'm not sure I have enough of this, and I need to calculate backwards and then look at what I'm producing in orbit and then go like, oh shit, I need 5 times as much, or go like, oh yeah, it's fine, but I don't know if I don't know how much is going to be used here. So it's 3, right? Yes, 3 copper cables. Okay, and each copper cable. Okay, so it's 29.8 times 3, that's the amount of copper cables. So it's 89, 90 copper cables. So I need 90 copper cables inbound for this. Minus 90. And then the copper cables was 90. I'll divide by productivity. And then I divide by 2 because 2 is that. That means it is 17. Does that? Yes. Because over here it was 98 and now it's 90. Oh, it was 98 here and it's 90 here. So it was 18 and 17. Seems about right. So those are the numbers we need inbound. Cool. Not a problem. More. Okay, what is the next most complicated thing we need to do? LDS shuffle. Fuck. Oh. Hmm. I think you're the only one streaming, that has arrived at the advanced stage yours. Maybe. LDS Shuffle, that's the name I've called it. That is... I feel that I wanted to coin it as a good term. So LDS Shuffle is when you take... Woo! Shin under Techno. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. When you take this thing here, and then basically you take your... Where does it start? It starts with making legendary low density structures. For that you need legendary plastic bars and you need legendary molten iron. That doesn't exist, so it's just molten iron. Legendary molten copper, that doesn't exist, so it's just molten copper. So that means legendary low density structure comes from legendary plastic. Ooh, that's nice. Then you take the low density structure and you feed it in here and you break it down, and then every time you break one of these down, you recycle it back to 5 plastic bars. No, you recycle it there. Recycle it back to 5 copper bars, 1 to 2 plastic bars, and 0 to 1 copper steel plates, which means that you are just... And the plastic bars goes directly back without being used. So you have a fixed amount of plastic that just shuffles around, and then that basically creates legendary copper plates and legendary steel plates from nothing. That's nice. Completely neutral. I mean, you need some lava, but that's infinite, so no problem. The problem, though, is that you need quite a lot. Because, yeah. Because you need quite a lot. So let's have a look. We need... That's not really a thing, isn't it? So we're going to make... Oops. Legendary. That one. Yes. It's a catalyst. And enough productivity to pull the whole loop off. Yes. This has plus 200 productivity. So if I do that, I have plus 300 productivity, which is the maximum. So I can't get any more. Why is he making legendary science? Because it's fucking awesome. No signs of LDS Shuffle being nerfed. They have adjusted other recipes, rocket fuel, and they could have done here. Yes, agree. So I think they leave it there. And I think it's maybe okay, but it's also just... It may be niche. They'll be like, okay, who is going to discover this? Not a lot of people. So, okay, so this is the limit. And then we need some benchmark numbers, because here's the problem. If this is the only way we make steel, damn, that's a lot of steel we need. That is a lot of steel. So let's look at this one. This makes 17.7 per second at the cost of nothing. That's low density structure. And if we looked at the normal recipe for LDS, yeah, and also did that just so that we are clear on the recipe, that would be 2 steel. So when we recycle this, we get 1/4. So that means we get, for every LDS, we get 0.5 steel. That means we need to produce 200 low density structures per second. No, we don't. We need to make 300 and something. Shit. Because I need 167 steel per second. Yeah. So that is 167 times 2. That's 334 steel low density structures per second. The worst thing is there's really nothing that prevents us from doing this. Like, that's the crazy thing. It's like, oh, but you don't have enough of what? Lava? Max full speed LDS is 64. Hello, Moon. Good to see you. Like, we can do it. I'm not sure we should do it. Can you change? No, I can't. Then I would have to get some extra researchers, which I guess is okay. Like, they're not that expensive. We can do that. Let's knock some of these out. I need to have 3, 4, and 5 to really make a difference, right? Because then I could take two modules out. You can do it on novice for not that much effort. No. How would I get? Well, yeah, molten iron. I can get the molten iron, but then I need a lot of other stuff. So the advantage of doing it on novice is that I would need iron and copper, and I wouldn't have to get rid of all of the stone, though, because stone is actually going to be a bigger problem. Let's imagine a world where this is the recipe, and we're gonna have to assume that it still produces. I don't know what the productivity would be then. Okay, we're knocking this out at 130 signs per minute, so 140, 140, yeah, 150 signs, 150,000 signs per minute. Okay, so signs is probably, yeah, that's a little bit okay. That's a little bit okay. It keeps going. Come on. 173, 172. 172 is the baseline. So. And infinite until I got big power, and now I wreck all the sulfuric acid out hotspots. Really? So, which also is, it's kind of incredible how long it takes. Then you go like, oh, this is, oh, the last one here is 3.3 million. So that's actually going to be a little bit pricey and probably running out of stuff. But, you know. What would be the productivity on this? The speed would be 94.5, but I would get a little bit more productivity. So I'm going to have to calculate it from the speed. I don't like that. Problem is I don't know what the output is going to be. It's 22.6, but what would it be if I, instead of have 260, had 300? Well, I guess we can do it this simple way. And just saying 22.6 divided by 3.6 multiplied by 4. So it's 25.1. So I can get one of these with one module, with one beacon, to be outputting 25 per second. That means 4, 12, 11, 14. So it's actually just 14 of these, and then I have it. But we're going to have another issue, and that is how fast do we need to... We need to be fast on the deconstruction. I'm going to move you over here. I think this is a fun thing to try, because I would then make it as a module where it goes directly in here. There, so that's affected both. And these can also be like that. How long does it take for me to destroy that? There must be a rocket over here. If there's a rocket, we have some of those. That's such a weird sound. It's like cup of dice, I guess. So now we can see the recipe here. This is consuming 16 per second. And this one's producing 25. So this is actually overbuilt. 13. Okay, so like that. The sensible option. Conservative option. There we go. Okay, so what is it we built here? I mean, we are definitely going to do some kind of output. Yes, we're definitely doing some kind of output. Yes, that's... Okay, my initial thought is... And it might be a little bit silly. So I'm going to get... For each of these crafts here, I'm going to get 65 copper and 16.2 16.2 plastic. The plastic needs to be recycled. Go back up here. Cool. That means I can just do something like this. These go out and the plastic goes back. That should be a thing. Then, of course, I have to not use this one, but actually use this one. That's actually exactly what I want. Because what I'm concerned about is the stupendous quantities of copper we get here. I need to get rid of the copper. And how much copper do I need for this build? I mean, oh, I lost... Oh, that one. Yeah. If we look at the copper, 17 here, 18 there. Is it needing anything else aside from this? No. So 17 plus 18, that's 35 copper. Do I want to maintain... $910 copper, just juggling in the air when I need 35? No. Then I'd much rather just say, I'm going to throw away everything else. Just blah, off you go. And then I will be focusing on only saving the steel. Speed modules drop the quality. Do you really want that? No, it does not. Because this is not an upcycling. There's no quality modules. Speed affects the quality, the effect of the quality modules. But this is starting as legendary. It doesn't become like, oh, now it's no longer legendary just because I add speed modules. I think white recyclers can't output without inserters. Still don't get why recyclers can output. I think it's because they wanted... I think the answer is that they wanted to be able to stack. And only if they have an arrow can they stack. I don't know. Maybe that's not even a good explanation. I don't know. So, I think it must be related to the scrap recycling, because the scrap recycling is so high quantity that they were like, okay, just push it out on the belt. That's better. It also has a rather large output buffer here. So, okay, so now I'm thinking about something else. I'm thinking that this... And here we have a line. And then we can make it symmetrical. And then we'll have much more. However, what do we need to have here? Lava. Because this is actually too much. We really want a pool of lava here, which means the whole thing has to be built right there. Isn't that silly? But it's a cool idea, I think. Because then we have a line in here. I can do this, rotate, or flip. Like, if we could do this... This would be 65... hold on, is that... No, it's not... Is it 65? Okay, so... This outputs 65, but only when it consumes 13. So when it consumes 12 and a half instead, then what is it going to be? 12 and a half times 5 is something. 62.5. Yeah, okay. So it's still 62.5 times 2 is 125 times 2 again is 150. No, more than a full belt. So this could actually also just be a full belt. Like, no, this could be 2 full belts. God damn it. So that could make it actually go out in... Yeah, and... how many of these do we got? We're still working. Is it slowing down? Yeah. Why though? Let me get distracted by that. It's the damn purple signs. Ah, that's the whole point of what we're doing. Yeah, we need the purple signs in order to get more purple signs. Also, green signs is somehow not working. That makes no sense. Morlan, get your shit together. What is up with you? You have 93 million, 93,000. I will not hear any complaints from you. Why are they not coming in then? Because it's 8,000. Hello, kitty. What's up? Okay, so on the way 27,000. On the way 25,000. 20. There we go. There we go. Happy. Pure happiness. Of course, this is not happiness, but at least we're not going to run out of... yeah, it does need the purple signs, unfortunately, so... this isn't really helping. Need more cargo pods to send rocket out? I don't actually think so, but if we do, we can easily expand it. But right now, I don't think so. There, everything got in here very quickly. Yeah, everything is purple. Yeah, purple is the most critical one. That's why we are making the purple one now. The thing is, here's the thing. It would be so much easier to hack together basically this build. Normal times 4. Done. How easy would it be? $167 steel is still something, right? To produce purple on volcanoes? Yes, but not enough. Actually, you know, I'll fix the purple because the purple is kind of broken. I'm not gonna be making... yeah, Legendary Stars is so much more fun. Yes, that's some purple stuff. But the problem is the purple is not running smoothly. Here, this is the problem. So if we can at least fix that problem, right? And how do we fix that problem? Well, it's about the stone. So we could actually just make a stone build right here. A stone build, you say? Yes, I do say. How do we make a stone build? That one. And if I up the productivity and I throw in a module. This is now producing 155 stone per second. There we go. We got our stone build. We just need to get rid of here. Get rid of the lava, or get rid of the copper. You're consuming 165, you're consuming 2.5k, so I can't really do that without... Not even like this. This is not even close. So I'll need to be doing... $2.5, 700. 900 each. Damn. Still affected, and this is 1k, 1k. All right, that's gonna have to do. That goes out. This is the funniest thing, right? We've been struggling with too much. There. Too much stone. Forever and ever and ever. Now we have too much input. Yes. And then we just need some lava inbound. How much lava? 2k, so that's not a problem. And then the one that we always forget. Go, go, go. And suddenly we have enough stone. Whoa, they're not exporting fast enough. Export faster. There we go. Done. So now we fixed the stone. Now we see that the other one that isn't working is stone bricks, which means more stone bricks. Which is again a little bit more complicated because that's... On the other hand, it doesn't really... no, it's not actually, it's steel. But if the steel's coming in as a full belt, then there's really nothing much I can do. Right? Steel is coming in as a full belt here. Productivity is... Oh, wow. That's... Productivity can definitely be... I'd take a break. I know this is now going to be way too big. Or way too much. But at least everything will be higher productivity. Well, will it? I think I can definitely also take some of this out. There's no way that we are going to need this many. This is also one too many as well. Okay. And then this is also weird. Oh, I wonder if I can figure this out. A 2-to-2 splitter. That should make it a lot easier to build the last remaining things. There we go. And just check. It's 190. So it's definitely the 60 that we want, but it's also a lot more. I just don't think I'm producing fast enough, am I? Let's look at this part here. It is producing fast enough. Huh. But if I did all of this... Yeah, the numbers here are a little absurd, but I don't think they're realistic. But anyway. Something is happening. It's better than before. That's kind of it. break. Be back in 2 minutes. Productivity has decreased significantly. Speed is the killer of quality. Look at that. Little Speedy here is not making us more productive. A lot less productive. We want a cat cam. Yeah, we did have a cat cam, but the cats are never at the cat cam location. So it doesn't really do much to have a cat cam. There was a good point about prioritizing the inbound here. So that this one stutters. I think that's good. More steel would be good. Yes, agree. Well, I put the cat on the camera then, so he can sit here. But he's usually sort of lying in my bed, preferably on top of my laundry. That's his favorite spot, or on top of bags or something, or in a plastic bag if he can get away with it. I purposely choose not to be perceived. Yes, exactly. Charging the deleted copper to... Changing the deleted copper to steel and feeding it halfway in the science would be a small boon. Ah, that's actually a good point. That's a great point, actually. Ah, interesting. Didn't even think of actually... I was thinking like, oh, it's too difficult to make steel, but, you know, we could make steel here. It'll be generating less. We'll probably need to delete this stuff in here. Okay, so you're now producing 2.5 and you're consuming 1.5 plus 1.5. Okay, so it's actually producing more. 130... Oh my god, that's a lot of steel. That's a lot of steel. That's way more steel than I had anticipated. I know this is a complete hack, but so now I'll definitely have enough of that, and lo and behold, it's the other thing that breaks. Then we still need something here to... Now the stone is kind of lacking here, but I don't know. It's working a lot better, but then we are going to be missing the stone part. Yeah, the stone is kind of dead. Then we'd have to sort of build a new stone thingy. Why is this one working? I shouldn't be using that for anything. So why are you producing? You should be stockpiling soon now. Okay, so things are flowing except for the stone bricks. So that would be like another build. I don't really know. What's the cat name and how old? I have two cats. They're both orange. They're brothers. And that one was Speedy and the other one is Pixie. And how old? 2.5 years? Yeah. Let's have a look at the purple signs. I was about to write purple, but that's not how things work. This one. Over 10 minutes, over an hour. Yeah, okay, we got a little spike, but then it kind of just peters out here with a nice 6K per minute. That's 100 per second. That's nice. And then it kind of falls down. But the reason why it's not working is the stone bricks. Yeah. So unless we get a stone brick fix, then it's not going to work. And that would have to be a separate build of the, like this, I suppose, just for stone. And it's probably going to it's going to be a little more annoying to make. How can I kill a medium destroyer? Lots of rocket turrets. You can also do it with uranium ammo. You can do it with red ammo, with lots of upgrades, but you need like a solid block of turrets pre-filled. So, she had exactly one brain cell, which is amusing to consider. Yes. It's annoying that I kind of fixed it and then not really have, right? Another thing is this really shouldn't be consuming anything. Like this should stop producing soon. Come on, stop producing and don't produce anymore because that's leaching a lot of it. But it's still not a full belt and it really should. So how do we make it a full belt? It could never be a full belt. This is stuttering. Oh my god, I didn't even realize that. Yeah, so that's a 2x2 splitter. Oops. That one. Oh, they have bad productivity. This is... Oh my god, that's... Everything is awful. Go, go, go! But I still need to get some of this. I think I need it in a different way. I think I need to do it this way. And then basically say, oh yeah, from this, some of it goes up here, and from the other one. Yay! Spaghetti mess. So this should mean that if there's 2 full belts, then at least 2 full belts are going in here. Okay, let's have a look at this amount here. This should be way too much. Yes, good. There's no priority on this one, so why is so little going here? And because it's not actually generating much right now. I can't see a damn thing. There. So at least we're getting a full belt now. Ish. It's also just way overscaled. Output prior than that splitter. What splitter? There's no output. Oh, this one. Yes, that's true. That shouldn't be there. That's the reason. Good. And that should now be a full belt outbound here. I don't need so many balancers, right? I just put a balancer in here, so probably don't need another one right there. Could probably live without that extra balancer. Yeah. Thing is, we're just not getting much into this one. It feels weird that this is stacking up, but this other side is not stacking up. So we're not getting enough in here to feed it. But I suppose if this stacks up, then it goes backwards and then more flows into the other one. So it'll kind of self-balance at some point. And it's at least closer to a full belt now. Science. There. 1 hour. 3, that's only 50 per second. That's really bad. It's only 50 per second. It should be way more than that. Okay, this build is pretty good. Hey, Bemstick, good to see you. It's good. Just a quick hello via app. Fixing home network issues is fun. Oh, really? You can come fix my home issues. Not my home issues. I think I'll deal with those myself, but home network issues. Oof. Not my idea of fun. Okay, so when it comes in here as a pretty much a full belt, it still comes in out here as a pretty much empty belt. So we are going to be using more than one belt of stone breaks, and I'm not going to start fixing that because that's just too much. At least this one is working, a little bit at least. So, but I think we are onto some interesting build here that is completely absurd in the coolest possible way. So this is just going to be a steel belt coming out. And how much steel is this producing? It's really hard to say. No, it isn't. They are 93. And each one is producing 0.5. So this is 46. 46 steel per second from this build. That, I mean, this, if you think about it, like this build producing 46 steel per second, that seems pretty good. We do need, however, to get some more inputs because we need the magic plastic. So let's get that there. Yeah. Oh, we don't need the magic plastic, by the way. Because that's coming in here, so that's going to be a no. I forgot that. Huh. Weird. It just comes in here. Of course, we need some seeding plastic, but that's it. That was more sarcastically. Oh, too bad. I was already allocating you to fix my router issues. It feels weird that they are outputting like this, but it's the right way. Okay. This is now going to be outputting 25. I'm kind of wondering if wouldn't it just be better to be okay? Let's see. Yeah. Now it doesn't matter which way they're turning. Because they're surrounded by things. So, okay. Because then I'm just sure that it's fast enough. So, we need some outputs, some steel outputs here. Oh, that's not steel. Hold on. No, steel is here. There's no output from this. That just goes in straight to the trash. It feels so weird, this build. It feels so weird. I guess we could maybe do this on the inside because we don't really need a lot of space for this. So we could do something like this, and then go, you're going to be copper and you're going to be iron. Ooh, juicy. Maybe. Yeah. Yes. And let's just say copper is to the right. Copper here. Copper and copper. Yes, and steel on that side. Yes. This is amazing. You don't have full productivity. You only use 2 productivity modes, so you need some extra plastic. No, I need these researches to be done. Otherwise, I would change it over. But I'm designing and then assuming that this will actually get done before, which is it's let's say it's up and down. My expectations of whether this will be completed. 41 minutes, not great. Let's have a look. Isn't that on ruin? What are you up to? Oh, you still have purple. Why? If you have purple signs, what's the issue then? Nothing, I guess. 10,000 on the way. We still have some. Okay, and now 2,000 and then you should be heading back. Yes, you're heading back. Good. Okay. And I guess it... Ah, ha, ha. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? There, Swimmer. Swimmer, where are you? You are not picking up anything here. Huh. Why? Oh, hello, rabbit hole. Here we come. That's not the right one. Volcanus. Hey, this is where we are. Why are we not building legendary science here? Where are we building legendary science? Who the hell knows? There. Tungsten carbide. Kidding me? Okay. Oh no! It's the acute lack of legendary... Right, we scaled up the other one, but we did not scale up this one. There is an easy solution to this. I'm making a similar one to Gyna Cube, but this one just exporting... Not combining it like this, but actually just exporting them as raw items here. Yeah. Let's see if this one is legendarized. Not with the productivity modules or speed modules. That seems weird. What is that not being updated with productivity modules and speed modules? Oh, it's this part. Ah, right, okay. That doesn't really matter that much. Okay, so this is actually a good enough build. So let's build a new spaceship. Like that. Let's see. Whose turn is it? I think it might be Urchulak or it might be Mark. We'll see. Mark was here today, is here today, so we'll make Mark a glorious carbon and sulfur factory. Legendary carbon factory. I mean, who wouldn't want to be a legendary carbon factory? I don't know. Mark certainly wants. Yay! There we go. That's the attitude. That's the winner mentality that makes you into a legendary... Okay, no laughing. A legendary carbon factory in space. So we're just going to wait for just a little bit of this to get up here. And then we'll stamp it down. Does that need to be coming in on a train? No, not really. I think I just moved the build somewhere else. Stop. It's creepy. Good. Creepy is exactly what we were going for. First time catching you live. Your YouTube content is great. Thank you. Is great, man. Isn't production stuck on that ship? I don't know what. The Gyna Cube. Is Gyna Cube stuck? Yeah. I cannot for the life of me figure out how to do this build. This bothers me so much that I am just completely incapable of getting this working. Because now it's going to get stuck for another reason. And this one should then have that one in here. which will not go in. Okay, I should have left a little bit more space here. So that they can actually work. There. There is a chance that it breaks like that, yes. Because now this can't pick up any of these items, this can't pick up any of these items. I hate it. All those items, damn it. I don't know how to do this. I really have not figured out a good way of doing this. Because the inner belt can now no longer move. It will never move. No matter how I do it, I'm just always ending up in a situation. Give circuit condition to inserters. I don't understand why. Another option I had was considering was something like this. But it's just this. It's really hard to figure out if this is working or not, or why it's not working. Separate filter house. No, I don't think that's the issue. I just want it to run all the time. It's because there are so many conditions that it needs to be able to stall and then start up again. So my thought was that I'm always putting things on the outside belt from these. So, but they want to take from the inside belt first. So I was kind of thinking, okay, well, if I did something like, wow, like this, that they always go back onto the inside belt, which works fine for most of the case. And then I want this to be lowest priority. I basically want the highest priority to be, you must be able to output. I don't know. Yeah, kind of on some belt that doesn't feel right to me. Anyway, Mark is... Oh. Oh, that one's kind of important. These are not. And then this damn thing here will be changed. What is this? We just want a carbon factory, so that's fine. No filter on you. This should be carbon instead. It should probably be bigger though. Oh, right. We have solar panels over here, so that's fine. If you count all the items on the belt, subtract the fixed amount that you want to be on there, then you have a filter for the inserter. That means it will never insert more on the belt than it starts filling up. Yes. Legendary gun turrets. Is this coming in? Oh, this is a That's a lot of stuff. Not a lot of stuff coming in, but it's getting there. Okay, it's going to take forever. This build is also a little bit weird because now it's should just be... It has to be... I have to figure out how to do this. It bothers me so much why I can't figure this out. Like, I feel that it should be possible to do without circuits. Like, with just, like, build priorities in and out. Because there will be a time when I can't output here, which is fine. Like, let's start from this one and say, how do we want to do this? Like, I was trying to say, this one moves around and then always goes in the inside belt. So whatever we have, like whatever they put out, goes over here and then becomes back on the inside belt right here, so that they can always output. That's the first priority. You must always be able to output. So that's good. And that's like the first condition. Must be able to output. Good. Then the second condition is I don't want this one to fill up beyond what I can, and I do that by filling this up on the inside belt, which will be the first one to fill up. So if I have anything on the outside belt, that will always go back out here first, because it goes first into this belt, which means anything that's output goes around and goes first in to be picked up in the next cycle. Good. So this one should be robust to jamming. This one, since it has different things that are picked up at different locations, it's a little more vulnerable and a little more fragile. The inside belt gets priority for side loading. Then the outside goes here first, not the inside. Because as they move out here, as soon as they move, the outside one drops into this belt before the front one. So that's fine. That is fine. Yeah, we do not have enough of these ones. 55 on planet, that's actually pretty good. The problem is that feeder belts and inserters will always try to fill their destination belt to the max. Circuit conditions are the only way I've found to limit that. Yeah, I think that's one of the things that is broken about belts, is that you can insert or sideload onto a belt and make it stuck. That pisses me off. Unbelievable. I cannot find a reason why that would be a correct behavior. And it's something about the belt compression that does it, and I hate it. It is so annoying. Yep. Woo! Memsty! Thank you so much.
More shall enter the fray.
Fixed your home network. Thank you for the 15 gift subs. Wow, that was more than doubling the daily subs today. More than doubling. We've not been sort of rolling in subs, but it's January, so everyone's holding back. And that is expected. Thank you, Silver Cecil, for the 200 bits and on your 101 live stream streak. Why don't count items like on the other social balance ships? I do. I was just, when I built this, I felt that that would be overkill for something that really shouldn't be necessary. And I was like, then I kind of got stuck in the mode of, it must be possible, it must be possible, it must be possible. And here we are. Fixed now, but not convinced. Good. Well, maybe. Oh, that is important, because otherwise anything that the very few things that they actually grab here will instantly be turned into nothing, and we really need every single little scrap to go in and go down here, go past this, and actually be part of filling it up with fuel. Otherwise we just never get the fuel. This one also not important right now, so we can just flip these two.
Our
We want to get it into the fewer. It's a 404. Thank you for the 20 months. So that is 3 events on our way to a little hype train. Perhaps. Mayhap so. Okay, let's see what we're missing. We're missing 21 of these and there are 0 available on the planet. Goes to Phoenix. Where are you at? You are going towards the right place and you have none of these with you. Okay, but you... Ah, you got 50 of those. And you're going back here now. Did you know that? You're going back there. Good. Back to orbit. Mark, we'll mark over here. And you're going to be legendary carbon. Good. It's important. And uncheck that. Sweet. I don't like the looking at this, sorry. Aha, the modules. The modules. No, we have 5 on the planet. What the hell? Really? Really? We have on Novice we just do not have any productivity modules. I guess it's because all of these just get a little bit of productivity here. Hey, we're actually working our way towards getting more of these done. There we go. So now they're at least working. Let's take a little bit of time. The legendary carbon is the issue, is the rabbit hole we've fallen into now. Oops. Oh yeah, I need to figure out why is this not working. Come on, damn you. It's not like they're not working, it's just that they're bad. And all of this, let's actually see how much we have here. Biter. $1.5. So we had 1.2 at the start of the stream, and it's 1.5 now. This is where we made the improvement. Woohoo! And 1.5 per minute. Like this, 1.5 per minute is 2.25 legendary modules. I can't seem to have enough. I can't seem to have enough either, especially when I'm doing stuff like I'm doing now. So yeah, post an image for implementing the same crusher setup on the L processing, REL reprocessing. If you scoot the reprocessors over one, I think your method can fit. Oh, okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. And I will take a look in stream chat. I don't really see what the difference is. Yeah, I do think that's gem. I think that gems because I've done that before. Look at all of these chugging along, and they just never yield anything. Come on. Yes, 1 inbound. Woo! They're still a little bit far away to actually get up here, but I guess what we can do, have to do, is do a very desperate means here. I can't believe we're this desperate at this stage of the game. What improvement do we make? It turns out it didn't do much. So basically, when we look at biter eggs, at the start of the stream, I had these 4 builds, and that was generating, each of them were generating about 0.3 biter eggs per minute. Ew. Then I said, okay, let's just use the this recipe to upcycle them. So I built 1, 2, 3, 4 additional of these builds to just kind of upcycle and get more chances of legendaries, and it made no difference. Well, it made a little bit difference. It added 0.3 additional. So basically, I got the same as just stamping down 1 more of these builds. And, you know, I think it's faster to just stamp down more of these builds. Are you, by the way, working? Oh, you're not working. So we do have potentially an issue if I just keep deleting my my solar panels and then building something else instead. I could also just make biter islands down here. Let's do that. Could we do that? That seems like a fun and silly idea. And this is the build, right? It could be slightly better, right? Ooh, I don't like this build. Yeah, I don't like this. Whatever. I don't bother changing it. I implemented that again, but I don't like it. What could possibly go wrong? I mean, we also need a ton of... Yeah, I'm gonna go all in. Hold on. This is just too silly. Because I hate this build. I hate the build. It's so annoying. I mean, it's not cool. It's just not cool, this build. It's too many modules, it's too much storage, it's walls for no purpose. I mean, everything about it is just a little bit annoying. Maybe I just do this build here, but take out the walls. Let's do that. It's not like we need walls down here, right? Why is now still on red belts? It's not because I haven't bothered to spend 4 hours. I spent an entire stream just cleaning it up. That's why. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That more than doubles our biter production, egg thing production, right? $500 inbound. Logistics storage 0. That's a little bit of a concern. Ringstrom, what are you up to? Yeah, I don't like this. It's because they are transporting these stupid biter eggs back and forth that I have to set them up here. What if I do that? Then I should be able to just limit this to 60. Then it'll go more back and forth, and then I could also just get 8,000 because I kind of feel I need a lot, and they kind of go here. Do you have blueprints for all your stuff? Are those in any place where I can get them? Yes, I do have. Thank you for the compliment. I do have all my blueprints in one. All my blueprints here. They are available to patron supporters. It's my thank you to the people who choose to support the channel that I give access to all my blueprints. But anyway, all the designs I do, I've done them on YouTube episodes, so they are all available to anyone who is not a Patreon supporter. So it's not like, sure, if you're thinking, where was that design? Yeah, and also give the save game, because there's some things I don't bother take a blueprint of, but you might be like, oh, that's a cool build, I want that. Like, I don't have this thing, for example, but it's a cool build nonetheless. Yeah, okay. This is a little bit overambitious, by the way. But hey, the first one's working. Yeah, 200 running, yeah. And I don't think I need... Shouldn't 200 inbound also be enough? There's all sorts of interesting problems, like, okay, there we go. The first ones are going, but unless the belts are also done, then it doesn't flow all the way around here. And therefore, they don't get their meat. Like, this does not get anything. There we go, got something. Next one got something. Yep, and this one. Got it. What about here? Then we have this issue here. That one is important. It's not any... We're not missing any undergrounds. So they are en route here. That's good. So as soon as we get those, that's just the lazy robots that are stuck here. Huh. Oh. What is it updating? Like, they are flagged, but they don't upgrade. Interesting. Huh. Yes, so they're flowing, flow, 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 flow. Recyclers are legendary here. Yeah. It looked like it. This is also fun because if some of these break, they turn hostile, and I haven't received any Tesla turrets yet. Oops. So I'm kind of... Why the hell do we have Tesla turrets here? I should have laser turrets. Yeah. Non-legendary, because then they are crafted locally instead of competing with our spaceships. Oh, that's not working. Yeah. It's completely irrelevant where I put them. I just need to have them somewhere. Yeah, good. As long as I get some. These are all, almost all of them happy. But since the other ones are healthy, that means there's just a matter of time before this one gets something. And better. Thank you for the 67 months. Oh, that's such a shame that Memstick's 15 subs never got anywhere. Oh well, just not the time for those shenanigans. Okay, good. I guess this is kind of working, and we'll see by the end of the stream what kind of benefit we get. Okay, back to this silliness. So I need 46. Then I need 4 of these builds. Okay. This is taking a little bit longer than I anticipated because I'm just not getting the purple signs in. Okay, I want to build this over here. And then that gets us the steel. absolutely love this build. It is so good. Like, this is really how the shuffle should be made. Okay, so let's build it. We're also going to need a lot of input. I guess I've decided that this is where we start. 1, 2, 3, 4. Overgrowth soil is not good to upcycle. If you want to overgrowth soil upcycle, then you have to upcycle on Gleba, and I just don't want to upcycle on Gleba. It just doesn't make sense to me to upcycle on Gleba. That's why. But if you can endure that pain, then sure. One, 2, 3, 4. They are each consuming 80 per second of my moving belt. So I'll do that. I'm gonna drop these. Oh, come on. Really? Whatever. Yep. Completely useless, this build here. I guess, maybe, kind of. If you ship eggs to Gleba for soil, just send more and request legendary eggs on the same ship and set cargo to 50 or less. Yeah. Lowest underground belt is the wrong way around. Yes, thank you. Good spot. Right, so next question is... How much? 25,000. Okay, that's another little problem. Or maybe it's not, but whatever. It's solvable. Is it? Not really. I just forgot about it. That's the thing. So we're gonna start by looking at one of these and then say, hey, you wanna make some of that? Oh no, that stone is gonna kill us. Yeah. The stone is yet another thing that's gonna be really annoying to make. And we don't want productivity. Nope. We just want to smash. Good. So what about this? How much is this? This really should be made inside the lava, to be honest. Just looking at some numbers here. So this is 4,000. So I need 8 of these builds. Look at that. Shit. How are we gonna do this? Like, so just to build like this, that's not even enough. I'm gonna have to throw in an extra one here. There. But it's 1,500 of that. So I need 3 of these builds here to get it going. Also, this is needing actually quite a significant amount of calcite, right? The first time we see a significant amount of calcite, 69. Nice, as they say, them young ones. Having to destroy 1,500, yeah, but down here, this build here is destroying 1,100, 1,100 copper per second when it's running. Luckily, we don't have to deal with any issues with no throughput issues, at least. Unless we get overreach our network. So I was thinking I could make it something like this. And now I'm also kind of turning it down because now I want visually. So this can then be dropped inside the lava. And then how much is this? 17,000. Wow, that's actually not awful. Thank you. But then that's kind of sad that I built it like this, and now I'm like, okay, I need something either bigger or smaller. And I guess I'm gonna make it smaller then. So I want this to be not 15. Oops. Still 15. Yeah, so I need 2 of these builds, right? So let's say something like that. 2 of these builds. They have to be built inside the lava, right? It's just funny city builds. This is why I love quality. Is because it forces us to do something that no one has thought about was a good idea, for good reason. Oh, we have another problem, and that is we're gonna get. I can't believe I'm saying this. We're gonna need to build in some of that. Hold on. If one of these is only consuming 9, then I could actually get it on a long-handed belt, right? I could just do that. And then I get in here. I'm gonna get it from that one. Good. Forgot the calcite. Always. Feels fun to build inside this. And then... Oh, wrong way. Good. So now I need to get this inbound. Let's see how much inbound we need. 37,000. I really need this to be on a single grid, because otherwise it's going to be too annoying to deal with. I have to remember. Otherwise it doesn't work. Okay, so how much do I need inbound? This is 37,000. 1, 2, 3. That's 9. That's 18. Ooh, that's not working. Now it is. So how much is this? This is 12,000. Really? And I needed... No, that's no way that's correct. What? 10? Why does it send 10 give us 12,000? 1 gives us 1,200. So you're lying because you haven't figured out that this is a legendary one that gets 3,000. Okay, funny. That's a bug, actually. Oh, there's a problem there as well. Yes, thank you. Or not a problem there. Good. And this one is also going to have issues. And this one. And this one. And this one. Okay, so as long as this remains okay. Just putting it right gently down there. Bloop, bloop, bloop. It's the only place that isn't paved by now. Okay, I guess I could do something on the other side. But hold on, this is 10, so that's 30,000. Okay, so that's 36,000. 39,000. Good. 13. That's 39,000. Good. So, just need this inbound. Of it. It's so silly. I like it. Oh, Marco. Marco, what are you up to? You got something? Yes, you got something. Good. I just remembered that I needed all these in again. Yeah. Now I can also rotate you. There. So they can actually start going in, make some ammo. Is it working? I don't know. Good. This is working. This one has fuel. You're going in. Everyone's happy. You're happy. Go away. Go away. It's getting something, but getting very little until we start moving. So we need to move. Where is it supposed to be? Can't remember anything. Can you go over the ratios for fusion plant to generators? Yes, 1 to 2. Let's see if I can find a one that has the next level up. That's 2 to 8. That must be one of these. Yeah, 2 to 8. And then the big one. What is the biggest ship? That's our, that's here, Barthak. 3 to 14. So basically, each of these is 50, each of these is 100, and then you count the bonus. So this is going to be 200, 300, 200. So that's 700. And that means I need 14. So. And then, of course, the whole thing gets multiplied by 2.5 because it's that. Wait, what? 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 What the hell? Distraction from distraction. Hello, distractions. Fuck. Okay, why are you not launching? Oh, everything is perfect. Everything is perfect. It's because I have too much of that junk. We still need a few more of this. So if I wanted to use, then I could use that. But this is not working anyway, because if I don't have this science. Oh, right now I'm okay. Now just the chain of thoughts here. Okay, I don't have any metallurgic science. Why do I not have metallurgic science? But I thought I had tons. Oh well, that's because I want to do the epic metallurgic ones, which is someone here. I don't have that because I don't have any tungsten carbide. Why do I not have tungsten carbide? We have tons of tungsten. Yes, look at that. We have 274,000 legendary tungsten. Oh yeah, but we don't have any. There, legendary coal is not working. Well, I could request a legendary coal, but I don't like that. So I'm gonna make a one that is legendary. Yeah, this one. We're gonna move this over here. And that's why we made this beautiful ship. Good. So this beautiful ship has to go between Volcanus and... You know, that was actually correct. Clever. And then you have to be changed to that from the future. Let's go there. Slowly. Not a fast ship. Not a fast one. Do we like? Do we not like? These are too slow, I think. It's actually operational now, and I really didn't want to have it operational. I need to go back here. I really needed it to be, yeah, able to mess around with it without too much hassle here. I don't know why I'm not going the same way as always. Stop the novice, we're getting that one in. And this I do not like. But now my question is, kind of wanted to make sure that it goes on the inside belt. They just eat them. Nothing comes out. Ooh. Or maybe even that there. Is there a point to the walls of spaceships? No, not at all. Aesthetic. If you think that looks aesthetic. Good. Have we messed around with this? Are we happy? Yes, this annoys me that they are like that. So now I'm waiting for some random crap to come in. And then once that happens, then we can leave. Yeah. At first I was kind of thinking, oh yeah, I need these. And I was like, well, if I'm making them and expect to use them, then I've made a poor design choice. Like, that means that something is actually hitting us, which never should happen. So why am I working on that contingency? Break? Yes, we should take a break. There you go. And you can now go out here. So let's follow this ship on its maiden voyage. And the final 45 minutes. Let's see, there. Be back in 2 minutes. I gotta share because I'm thinking it's nothing to do with the game. So, That's a decent amount of carbon. I'm doing rope. My girlfriend's doing rope. I recommended that she did some rope play with another rigger that I know. He's very skilled, non-sexual rope. He likes taking pictures, and that's good. And I said, be sure to make sure that you know, like, what is he going to post? Is he going to tag you? You need to make sure that you agree to all how the pictures are used and where they're used and what. She was like, oh yeah, good, of course. But he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. But you make absolutely sure. They agreed that he would send the pictures. They're non-sexual, but they're not exactly what you'd want to show your kids, right? Being tied upside down in lingerie in a precarious position. Maybe you don't want the kids. So he sent it to her. She looked through it and said yes, yes, yes. And then they're getting posted on his Instagram under a pseudonym. Cool. Everything's good. Now she just wrote to me and she went to bed. But she wrote, oh, now the lounge has posted the pictures of her on their website. Like, that's not really good, right? I mean, maybe the thing is, you never know. People could be like flattered, like, oh, it's of me, ooh. But it could also be like, then it gets a little bit more public than just some random guy on his no follower Instagram, or whether it's sort of a more official thing. Yeah, because he has copyright to those photos. Him pull back, yeah. He has copyright. I mean, the thing is, we live in Europe. That's luckily a civilized place, so you can always revoke your consent for these kind of things. So you can start by asking nicely and say, well, I didn't really give you permission to post that picture of me, and if you post pictures of me, make sure. And of course, he has the copyright to these. He has made sure of that. But then, yeah, Yarin writes, what a flex. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, so we're getting a little bit here. How much we got? We got 7.8 thousand, so it's starting to be something, but not like massive, but it's starting to work. It's just going back and forth now. Cool. So we're gonna go to Volcanus, and we are going to request now that down here. $10,000, right? And then we're gonna make a build that is no, where is it? Here. I am not going to request here because that's actually going to request from, yeah, that's going to leaching the stuff that you'd use for plastic, so I don't want to do that. There. So it just goes in, the stuff that is legendary goes in, gets consumed. Oh, it's actually accumulating quite rapidly, those legendaries. Look at that. That's actually way faster than I thought. I mean, obviously it's still not going to keep up, but okay, maybe it was just extremely lucky. No, there's more accumulated here. Privacy isn't very good in Europe, to be honest. I mean, it's a hell of a lot better than in the US. Plus, there's also the part about you really, like, here's the thing. If you're like a club or something, you really don't want to have a reputation for posting pictures of non-consensual pictures in a kink space where the most important thing in the entire world is consent. So you don't want to be like, well, tough luck, it's on the internet, so we can use it. Or like, really? Is that the position you want to take? If you run a place that is driven by consent, then it's going to be less likely that people will want to have anything. Yeah, Cocoa Talk, yes, it did. Yeah. So I think it's one of those. Gas. Oh, we have that here. There. Do we need one? This is making 41 per second. That's probably fine. It's probably fine. Let's make more. I need 57 of the other ones. Okay. And this is... Whee! Look at it go! Look at it go! She just replied it's okay for her, so that's good. I'm satisfying for church content and got deep talk about consent. Love it. It happens. I am... Consent is sexy. Just is. Well, I guess we solved that problem. We should now see that science will flow happily down here. Yeah, easily 500 inbound. How much is it consuming? 20 per second? That means I have 25 seconds worth being transported in. Wonder if it can keep up. We'll just get more. Would like to make sure that it always has enough so that this is the bottleneck, the production. Instead of this. Come on. There we go. Now spin, spin, spin. Yes. Now we're spinning. Now we're spinning. Yes, yes, yes. Cool. We're barely, but yes. And that gets us only 16.6 per second. It's not much, but hey, it's something together with the 240. It's actually interesting why we're not actually getting this inbound. Shouldn't we? So now it's going back to novice. And are we just not... Oops, are we just not... Okay, so... Oh, that was a little bit premature, wasn't it? Oh, yes, it was. No. So I'm getting 16 in here. Logistics storage. It says it's here, but it's not coming down. Here it says 100, but it's not coming down. It must be... I don't know. This thing here is also completely obscure. Like, you can't see if there's a queue for things coming in. Makes no sense. Like, why? Why is it not dropping things off? No way. No way. What is this condition? Any planet 0. Oh, right. So as soon as... then it will instantly trigger. But it's also just weird. Why the hell is there so much here? Then there's obviously on the planet we don't have enough. That just doesn't make any sense. Oh, because this is the non-unload. Oh my god, that sucks. So it never gets to the next one. What if we go here? Yeah, then it at least unloads once. This is not a good one. We'll just do that. And then I think this should be different item count. Item count. Not that. Bouncing back and forth. That equal to 0 and that equal to 0. Go. Now it can go away. How you are getting all the other items out of the cargo pod that are not science pack? They just get it's a roboport, or it's a logistics chest as well. So they just get trash unrequested, or they get picked up when they need it. So in the meantime, I'll just keep them stored here. Oh, second condition was incorrect. Okay, thank you. Well, that's not no good. And leave. Good. Okay. Weird. It was simply because it was only doing one cycle where it had 1 second, so it was not sending enough out in once. What's the condition, circuit 3? That it has enough fuel, oxidizer, and not enough ammo. That's 3 green signs. And if that's the case, then you're allowed to go. So it doesn't get stuck. It's not really relevant with epic or with legendary equipment, but in the beginning, you really didn't want to go if you ran out of ammo or you ran out of fuel. So it sort of got stuck or waited until it built up enough to make sure that it got safely to the next planet. Not relevant anymore, but, you know, legacy. And Mark, what is Mark doing? Mark's doing something. And here, 6.2k, so must have unloaded something. Bzz, bzz. Okay, so when this one's full, that's done. Okay, that's super quick. Super quick. Sweet, should we just take this out and just fill that one in here instead? All good. 264. Okay. Right. Back to the topic at hand. I really want to start seeing this one in action a little bit. We got kind of stuck with this. And this one had to go down here to find this one. There must be like a random mining location somewhere we can steal. Or we can just grab that one. Yay! Really? I know it's there, but it just feels silly to have it. They are legendary good. So they go up here. Let's see if it works. No, it does not. Well, or does it? It does. It's just... Alright, onwards to the next. Oh no. Shit. This was only one part of it. I needed the iron as well. Okay. Whee! Zoop. Done. The next one was... it was 4,000 or something? 8,000. Okay, so 8,000 iron. Let's take this build and just test it. If it was ironium instead. Nope, that's not. That's kind of this one. Certainly enough. What about now? Also enough. Yeah. Good. That's perfect. Except. I have nowhere to place it. Well, I do, because I only need like the middle one to be... I can place it... There. Oh no! Oh, that is open, right? I think. It's a little complicated, this part. And then we need the liquid inbound. How much liquid? It is 12,000. Which is a little more complicated now. Because I have to get it from... here. Hmm. 1, 2... It's not good though. It's not good. That's 12,000. And that's enough. 12.3 and it... yeah, okay. Next up, we get this one. Fill between beacons, yes. I will need to fill all of this, and I also know that I dragged this one down without... Fill between beacons. Yes, that one. Otherwise it doesn't work here. Good. That's a good spot. And everything else looks okay. We got that in here. Ooh, that might actually mean that when we do this, the whole damn thing starts working. No. It doesn't, because I don't have the legendary plastic. But that's kind of... okay. I'm thinking I should have a requester here for legendary plastic. However, that should be on a certain type of condition. It should read ingredients. No, read content, including the crafting. And then that goes out here and says, how much legendary plastic do you have in here? How much do you need to start a craft? You need 5 to start a craft plus 5 in there. So this one is allowed to go when it's less than 10. Right? Let's do that. Let's try that at least. It's very low to set 10 here. Also, should I have less? 5. I'm gonna try these two and then see how it works. Missing a lava slot in the top one for dumping. Do I? Like, That one, is that not there? Probably isn't, but it could be. No, it is. I don't know. Then the other 4 will have to be faster. They'll just have to pick up the slack. That's inbound. So as soon as this one comes in, we should see the whole weird things turn on. Exciting stuff. Oh. 1? What happened? Did you craft something? Products finished 15. Where did they go? Where are they? Oh, they're of course in here. But these are important because they're going to be high quantity. Yes. All right. Good. Good. The other way around. Zip, 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 zip. Ingredient shortage, but as soon as this one comes in, it'll help. It disappeared. Of course it disappeared, because I still missed 2 of these. Yeah. This is also ridiculously far away, so... That one. This could work. Let's get some of this. Yum, 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 yum. And of course we're going to lose some right now because we are only at 280% productivity, because I chose to go with the speed module, and this one still needs 2 of those, right? So when I have these 2, which is a modest 2.2 and 3.3 million, and then goodbye. But the other ones are not crafting anything. I could fix it by doing this, which would obviously make it slower, but that's less of a problem right now. I think it's more important for us to see that it is self-sufficient instead of seeing that it produces exactly what we wanted. Top dumping is also, the underground is missing there. Top dumping, this one? The underground is missing there. I don't see it. I think they all seem to be working here. Here? Yeah. Nice plumes of smoke. And also here. That's not actually dumping fast enough. Damn. I did not see that coming. The right side of iron missing foundation for undergrounds. The right side. Oh, there, yes. Good spot, yes. Did it impact anything? No, because it's a circular pattern, so it was just linking the other way around. But hey, you know, it's still a mistake. What are we doing here? I have no idea. We're destroying a stupendous amount of stuff. Like all of this. But it's actually, when this is fully tuned and ready and working and all that stuff, then we are going to be making 170 legendary steel per second from this build. So even though it looks like a big build, it's not big as in you'd look at this and go, oh, this looks like 170 steel per second. Legendary steel per second. Legendary orange science. No, actually, this is for purple science. It's our purple science that is really demanding and demands 167 legendary steel. And that's for 40 legendary science. So we got the... Well, this is the first one we actually got. But we also kind of need... Oh, they are not... oh, here. These are not working. There's gaps. There are gaps. Woo! It's just important to figure out how big they have to be to make sure that they consume everything. So this one is the most problematic one, I guess. Yeah, these two are not existing. I can't see anything. Okay, so belt is empty at the end. Belt is empty at the end. Good. Belt is empty at the end. Good. This one, belt is kind of empty at the end. There. So as long as they're not full, then we know that we're consuming everything. It's also interesting how this is somewhat stockpiling. Like this should never be outputting anymore. Yeah, because there's such a high number here. So now they should be stuck and just processing. Never dropping below the threshold of 10. Good. It looks stable. So 240 legendary science would be about 1k. What? It's not. This is 40 legendary science we're working on. Oops. What happened? Oh. Well, that happened. Huh. Oh no, Otto. At some point the recycler will fill up with plastic. Nope. It will not. Because this is exactly producing enough to recycle. So the only plastic that we have in circulation is the plastic that we have. It shouldn't, but how the fuck do I know? We put something in to start with, and then it should be plastic neutral. Hello, Summergod. What have we missed today? Well, we built this beautiful thing here, which is producing 170 legendary steel per second. Because of course it is. 170 legendary steel per second. Yes, that's what it does. Yep. At the cost of nothing. Actually, the actual cost of this is here. That means at the cost of about 100 calcite per second, which again is not really anything. That's a lot. Yes, it is a lot. But it's what we need for this teeny tiny build to be happy. That belt we've now taken care of. We've taken care of these two belts. We're going to need to figure out the stone. Oh no, the stone. And I want to detach them from each other because obviously we're throwing away a ton of stone here. And that stone we could use. But the thing is, if we start using that, I'm just not sure that it balances out. Although that is an ungodly amount of stone here. 2,000 stone per second. But it's normal stone, so it's completely useless. Ah, right. So we can't use it. Normal stone. Exactly, sure. Yes, good. Whew. Alright, we have a few seconds left of the stream. 10 minutes or so. So let's look at our way of building. There. This is our build for legendary stone. And we need 100 legendary stone plus 67 legendary stone bricks. So the legendary stone bricks have to be built from this one. It's better to duplicate code than is to have far-reaching dependency. Absolutely. That is really my my motto for designing, and the reason why I learned that when I became in my manager days. First, I was responsible for the product owners, and then everything was looked at from the product owner's perspective. Then I was also made responsible for this the solution architects, and then sort of it looked a little bit further than just the product. Now there's the synergy of the products as well, and how one should not screw over the other ones just because it would be easier for them. And then I also became responsible for the development team. And then suddenly, like, sometimes it wasn't about the best solution, but it was also the possible solution, and it was a compromise between what could be done. And then I was made responsible for the support team, the second and third level support. And then it was like, oh yeah, sometimes it might be easy to implement, and it might be something the customer wants, but fucking hell, if we have to support it, oh man, it's an exception to an exception to an exception. That's gonna be a nightmare to maintain and support. And then finally, I was also made responsible for the DevOps team, or we built our own DevOps team. And then suddenly, uptime and security were also sort of something. So yeah, and when you start also having to support the shit you built, then it's kind of turns out to be a good. You've get your priorities seem to change. So this is 263. I think that's enough, right? Don't know why I decided that right there was the right place for it, but whatever. This build here. Oh, actually, we have a build that we can just use and see if. No. We can use this one as a benchmark for how fast it is. That's 130. This is 65, and we need 67. So it's basically a very small build. Need to make a build like this. Like that, and then that goes out, and you will be on that side as well. Good. I have problems with the Prometheum ship. Oh, it has enough science on board and enough on Novice, but it requests eggs and they pop and destroy my ship. Happens 2 times now. Happened to me 2 times as well, so don't worry. So close to my own career, now I feel each of those pain points as a question regarding engineering decisions. Yeah. Well, your next step is now becoming a YouTuber, so now you know. Why don't you use the copper to make legendary copper cable instead of throwing it away? How am I making legendary copper cable from this? Let's see. This is turning into molten copper. Molten copper cannot be made into anything. Can only be made into normal. So I can't make normal copper. There's no way for me to make normal copper. Oh, the LDS? Yeah, sure. I mean, I'll probably just take a little bit of this, leaching a little bit from this, because we only need 35 copper in the total build. So here we're throwing away 900 per second. So I'm just going to take the 35, just lift it and put it back in. Yeah, steel line LDS, so we'll just lift a little bit of this. But I really don't want things to be too reliant on each other. That's the core of this as well. I really wanted to get some legendary stone here. Yay! There, 89. So this is fine. This is and the actual stone build is here, which is also super simple. The only thing that's the problem with this is I need to delete. How much do I need to delete? I need to. Oh, fuck me. Okay, so hold on. We need to count backwards. This 67. What is this ratio, right? $20 divided by 2 multiplied by 1.5. Yeah, okay. So if I need 67, I divide it by 90 multiplied by 120, then I get 89.3. So I need about 90 stone. If I have 90 stone, then I get 67 stone bricks. So 90 stone is used for this, plus 100 stone for the other one. So I need about 200 stone outbound. Then I'm going to look at this one and say you're producing 265. This would be 216. Okay, so it's closer to this. So I need to get rid of 3060. So here is the part that I'm going to be super abusive. I feel a little bit dirty for doing this. Huh. Where are the recipes for this? Where are the foundry recipes? Over liquids? There, that one. Where's the alternate LD? Alternate LDS. That's actually not it. There they are. The LDS, and then something that's infeasible. Good. Okay. Then I'm going to take these two as inputs. Then I'm going to be putting it into a randomizer. Random input. Interval 5 ticks. Then I'm going to take that and go here. And then I'm going to set recipe. Look how quickly it disappears. More cursed designs. Very cursed designs. Very, very cursed design. How's that for cursed designs? I feel a meme that is appropriate. It is the Obi-Wan saying, "You are supposed to be the chosen one." You've destroyed everything. You were supposed to be the chosen one. Yeah. Where does it go? It gets deleted. This is where someone gets tossed into the lava pool. No. I'm lying here on the edge, but You know, if Anakin Skywalker had a mech suit, he would just have gone like, "Eh, I'm okay." I hate it. Yeah, the slow. I mean, this is the dark side, isn't it? It is like forever will it dominate your destiny, right? I'll for sure not use this. I hate it. Please continue. I love it. He gets mech suit after. Yeah, but it doesn't fly, or maybe it does. Yeah. So here's the thing. I can leave it like this. We'll put it here for funsies. So what is the alternative? The alternative is to make this, obviously. And that has to be fast. So if we look at these two and then we go, I'm only consuming 900 of this. So we'll go. Ah, they can barely not reach. Yeah. $700, $900, $900, and this one is 3,600. So actually need one more. Oops. Okay, that's a little bit left. And then all of these just need to be, how much are they producing? They're producing 115, so just like that. And then they're gone, right? So I wanted to show you this one because it's so easy. It's cursed and easy. Hey, I was fastest. I got the ban. Too slow, moderators. This one is, however, also consuming a little bit of... Okay. Yeah. Symmetry. For no reason. Which doesn't matter down here anyway, so fuck it. Yeah. Oh, hey, one more. So we just need one more low density upgrade, then it works. Yeah, pumpkin time. Indeed it is. I'm super happy about this build. It's... Okay, so now we'll just see it catch on, hopefully. Come on, work. Starting from up here, as the belt gets emptied. Then each of these comes online and produces a nice 170. We're going to continue this tomorrow, and then we're going to piece all these pieces of the puzzle together and figure out where we're going to build it. We might actually move this thing over here because we have a nice big puddle to use, which makes the build a little nicer. All of these can just go out on one side, and all of these can sort of be next to it on the other side. That might be easier, plus it's next to a calcite. So it might be a nicer place, or maybe down here there's also a nice big blob of that, or here maybe. I don't know. It definitely, this was a little bit too little lava available for us. So it's super interesting because this is these are builds that you would not build unless you forced yourself to go into the legendary. Like how silly this is, and I love it. But also on the other hand, like 170 legendary steel per second is a pretty significant amount. So it's okay that it's a big build. So it still needs some tweaking and tuning. So that's going to be how this epilepsy build actually works. I have to check the VOD. It just deletes stuff. It's by changing the recipe, then it deletes liquids in here. Any liquid that gets pushed in, then you change the recipe, that just gets deleted. So it's basically just deleting liquids doing that. So do you think it'll be patched? No, it's been like this forever. It's just that you couldn't set recipes and random before, so it's just become easier. But you could delete liquids like that before. It's just that liquids are more useful now, and liquid deletion is also. So I don't think it'll be patched. The middles are only half. That is interesting. Because that one, right? I think it's this one. It is. So if they hit 99, then they're gonna be stuck. It does surprise me a little bit that it actually can happen. I don't understand how that happens. But I know. These are the kind of things we have to tweak tomorrow. Not today. Thank you for watching. Thank you very much for joining. I will see you guys tomorrow. And I hope you check out my video today. And yeah, I think it's a good video. I think it's interesting. It is our cursed science design. And then for the YouTube, I will continue with our designs here for the science, the volcano science, and the Fulgora science. We haven't even looked at this one because it's just so freaking awesome and just standing here idle by, waiting. But this one also deserves to be a little bit bigger. Our holmium upcycler of awesomeness. Thank you. Good night. Take care and stay effective.